I'm the Regional Arts Director for Wider Europe at the British Council, and I am so pleased to welcome you all to our Growth Reimagined Forum on the future of the creative economy. I'm very happy to have those of you who are in the room here with us in Kotor. Apologies for bringing the rain from the UK, and to the many more who are joining us online already. We have a brilliant lineup for you today. I hope you've all seen on the program a fantastic lineup of speakers from the UK, from the Western Balkans, and from the rest of the wider Europe region. All experts on the creative economy, and we hope that you will have fantastic networking here and lots of ideas will come out of the forum. We are joined today by several speakers who will open the forum. So I will introduce first of all to those. Unfortunately, the Minister of Culture for Albania for Montenegro is currently held up in traffic, but we will welcome her when she joins. So for the moment, I would like to welcome Kate Ewart-Biggs, who is the Deputy Chief Executive for the British Council.
Morning, everybody. It's a huge pleasure to be here from the UK. So I'm the Deputy CEO of the British Council globally, and I've come especially to Kotor today to open the British Council's Growth Reimagined Forum on the creative economy. And our huge apologies for bringing the rain. It's actually really nice weather in London, so I'm sorry, I've sort of brought it with me. But a huge warm welcome to delegates in the room and also those online. And we're really honoured to also be joined by so many experts from across the UK, the Western Balkans, Central Asia, South Caucasus, Turkey, Ukraine, and beyond. What an amazing group of people that we've got in the room today. The British Council's Global Creative Economy programme works in over 100 countries, and really its main aim is to support inclusive, resilient, and future-facing creative ecosystems. We collaborate with cultural leaders, with governments, with institutions to design interventions that respond very much to local needs, whether that's through leadership development, research, policy reform, or really practical enterprise skills training that is so needed across the sector. Because we recognise that the creative economy is one of the fastest growing sectors worldwide, set to create millions and millions and millions of new jobs globally by 2030. So Growth Reimagined is our theme for today, exploring a fundamental shift from simply economic growth to a more inclusive, sustainable, growth driven by people's creativity. The UK was, in fact, the first country to define the creative industries. And over 25 years later, I'm really proud that the creative economy continues to strengthen the UK's standing on a global stage at a time more necessary than ever in our history. I heard firsthand yesterday from ministers of culture from across all of the 6 Western Balkan countries how they link the importance of their creative sectors to a wider social and economic development. Because I know that the creative economy is a critical agenda across wider Europe, and where the British Council has played a really critical role in sharing UK experience, but also learning from the experience that is developing. And today, in today's forum, we have, amongst others, brilliant case studies from policymakers, academics, and sector leaders in Georgia, Kazakhstan, Turkey, and Ukraine. So I really hope that you have a fascinating day ahead, sharing your own insights and concepts for how we can all support and develop the creative economy in all of your contexts and in our context in the UK. The event is in collaboration with Beyond Pseudo from the UK and the CIM Forum here in Montenegro. So I extend a huge thank you to them from the British Council for all our collaboration. The British Council always works in partnerships with organisations, with partners, with governments, institutions, locally and from the UK. So this is a really good example of that. Growth Reimagined invites us all to think about how our economies develop in new ways, to develop and explore models that prioritize local value and long-term approaches to prosperity and well-being. And because the British Council is here for the long term, we have been in existence for 90 years and will continue to develop and be fully committed to supporting ideas and partnerships that have emerged from today's forum in order to really continue to strengthen the real power of the creative economy in the world today. So thank you for being here. I really hope you enjoyed today, and I'm so looking forward to hearing all the insights that you bring from your respective contexts. So thank you again.
Thank you, Kate. And I could please introduce Dawn McKen, the British Ambassador to Montenegro.
So I'm delighted to be here today, and I'm delighted that the British Council's Growth Reimagined Forum is happening in Kotor. As a representative of the UK government and as a diplomat, I am in awe of two things. I'm in awe of the skills and mindset that you have, people have in this audience, that I don't have myself. But I also recognise the value of what you bring, your ideas, your thinking and your collaboration to not just the UK, but also globally. So I'm glad you're here. I'm sure this will be a terrific event. I just want to say a few words about, I suppose, how I see it as a representative of the UK government, how I see the importance of the creative economy. For us, it's a key driver of soft power, and it's a key driver of trade. It makes a substantial contribution to the UK economy, and it's one of the 8 pillars of this government's new industrial strategy. So its importance is recognised as it should be. In 2023, in the UK, the creative economy delivered £124 billion a year in gross value added. So that's the equivalent of 5.2% of the gross value added of the whole of the UK economy. It employs 2.4 million people. That's 7% of all UK jobs. Some of you may know this, but I think these are surprising figures to some people who are outside of the area you work in. And since 2010, the creative industries in the UK have expanded by over 50%. It's a growth area for us. It's a dynamic area for us. But while the economic statistics are impressive and very important today, the power of the creative economy is so much more than that. It supports inclusive growth, employment, diversification, and it shapes and reflects cultural identities. And this, for me, is why working with Montenegro, working with the region, and working with the wider region is so important. The creative industries here are a vital part of how this country and this region tells its story on the global stage. And so we were very pleased to host the first culture ministers meeting as part of the Berlin process yesterday, and I'm very pleased to see this meeting happening in wonderful Kotor today. I'd like to express my thanks to the CIM Forum team for hosting us today, and also wish you all the best of luck for the forum ahead. And I'm sure you will have a constructive and stimulating day, because you're the kind of people who will want to have a constructive and stimulating day and not just go through the motions of being at a conference. As is sometimes my experience, I have to be honest, but I don't think that will be what happens today. And I look forward to continuing this area of collaboration in Montenegro, in the region, and more widely, because I think it's very important to the UK, and I think it's very important more widely to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both Kate and Dawn. I know you may need to get on with the rest of your program, so thank you for being with us, and I hope you'll get the chance to meet with some of the rest of the delegates over the course of the day. I'll just give a little bit of a look ahead to the themes that we'll be looking at in the forum today. If we could just move the slide on, great. The morning session is really looking at the topic of policy making. So what are the foundations for the concept of the creative economy, the story from the UK and across the region? So we will have case studies from the UK, from wider Europe, and a panel looking at particularly around measuring impact. So that will be the focus of this morning session, taking us through to the coffee break. I just also wanted to say before we delve in terms of just any practicalities today in the room, we're not expecting any fire drills or anything like that, but if needed, those of us who are in the room follow the fire exits here and at the back where you came in. Any problems, please do let a member of the British Council or the CIM volunteers team know if there's any issues today, just to get housekeeping out of the way. So without further ado, I think we will move on to our first session. So if we could move forward the program. And I would like to welcome Professor Andrew Chitty, Professor of Creativity and Innovation at Loughborough University in London and De Montfort University. Andrew, welcome.
Thanks, Claire. Look, it's lovely to be here. I've got 10 minutes to try and talk about the creative economy of the UK. So this may be more like an animation than a set of slides. Although this session's about policy and advocacy, that's not my background. I'm a producer who strayed into this area of policy from a kind of industrial perspective and trying to argue with government about the fate of the creative industries, or the particular sector I worked in. So, as I think a previous two speakers, I think Kate said, it's more than 25 years since the creative industries became a term of policy in the UK, and I wouldn't dream of trying to map out how that happened, since some of the people in the room were actually involved in it right at the start. But since that point, it's become a familiar policy instrument internationally. So this idea of the creative industries, that there's an industrial sector that's concerned with creativity, has been picked up across Europe, globally, in South America with the idea of the orange economy. I'm sure there are people who understand why the orange economy is the orange economy. And recently, even in India as well, this was a report published by my research group with UKRI and the Indian research partners on mapping the creative industries in India. So I'm going to say that there's a few things that mark out the success of this policy and advocacy in the UK. I think the first thing is the recognition of the sector. Then we've got analysing the sector, understanding data about the sector, branding the sector, so making that part of the marketing of the UK has become very important in policy terms. And I think what I'll try and get to at the end is that the more recent understanding of the creative industries as a sector of innovation and the new creative growth sectors that come from that, and creativity's entanglement with technology. So recognition and analysing the sector. So this was really, really important. Again, previous speakers have talked about the size of the UK creative economy, but to understand, to make the argument that the creative industries were important economically to the UK meant collecting data on it and meant communicating that data. So there was a part of this success, so this is just before the COVID pandemic, were these rather jazzy graphics which presented both the different sectors that make up the creative industry and encapsulate the economic numbers about them. And this sector is very large in the UK. So for my colleagues who work in innovation, I am notorious for saying, look, we invest in life sciences, aerospace, green energy and oil and gas. They seem the things you invest in terms of research. Creative industries is bigger in the UK than all of those put together. So an important point about advocating is using the numbers. And one of the things that came out in that is this understanding over the last, I suppose, 20 years that this sector has expanded at twice the rate of the rest of the UK economy. Now, that may well reflect on the rest of the UK economy, as well as the creative industries. But again, it becomes important if you're articulating an argument about growth, if you can say that your sector, which other people might think is, optional or a luxury, is actually twice as fast growing, and also involves a lot of jobs. So we're talking about 6-7% of the UK economy, about 2 million people working in the creative industries and working creative professions in other industries. And also it became increasingly important to the UK to understand that this sector contributed to growth in exports. And this, you can see this is led in the UK sense by some of those biggest sectors. So IT, software and games, advertising, film and TV. Again, these are pre-pandemic figures. The sector in the UK took a big hit in the pandemic, but has recovered substantially since then. And this allowed, I think then, when the UK started to think about how to market itself internationally, which is not something that we're particularly good at, I think, in the past, is that creativity then became part of this UK branding, whether it was based on individuals, so Thomas Heatherwick and his studio's Expo Shanghai Pavilion, or whether it was iconic bits of IP like Harry Potter, or combinations of IP and location, like Game of Thrones. Suddenly we were starting to see, or probably not suddenly, but gradually in the 2010s and more recently, that the idea of the UK as a creative nation, which was, I think, the original Australian policy document in the creative industries, becomes again an important point of the story of the UK and binding the creative industries into this story of growth. Now, that's really the story, I think, of the UK creative industries from, say, 2000 to 2015. More recently, there's become another story. So with the creation in 2017 of an industrial strategy for the UK, the creative industries became recognised as one of the core sectors of the UK economy. So 6 sectors in that strategy, 8 sectors in the current government. So on a par with those more famous sectors. But for the first time, this allowed us to make the argument that the creative industries is a very powerful sector for innovation, both innovation within its own sector and externally. So that allowed us, for the first time, to encourage large-scale R&D programs to support the creative industries, and particularly the transformation of the creative industries through advanced computing technologies that at the time seemed to be built around XR and real-time technologies, and obviously more recently, as with every other sector of the economy, are themselves affected by AI. So this, I think, whether it's in, sorry, that was, so this allowed us to do large-scale demonstrators, research demonstrators, bringing together companies, in this case the Royal Shakespeare Company, famous performance company in the UK, with technologists, and started to enable our universities to get engaged with the idea of applied creative research. So creative research for the creative industries, not about them, for the very first time. Now, I think this is a very powerful, newish development in the UK, and probably is encapsulated best by the engagement between the screen sectors and the technology sectors in the stack of technologies around virtual production. Again, this is not something I'm going to talk about here because we have a panel that has some of the most well-known exponents of this trend, this transformation of production, later this afternoon. I'll skip that slide. So I think one of the things that the policy around innovation enabled was for the first time a kind of integrated approach to sector development in the UK. So this is a creative industry sector vision produced under the last government, which brought together all of the growth strategies around the creative industries, including innovation. And there are delegates here from the UK who are involved in what will become the sector plan, so the new government's version of this. Now, in that sector vision, one of the things that it advocated or it announced was a large-scale program called CoStar, which for the first time tried to, it supported the idea of research laboratories, so university-governed research laboratories, being co-located with industry. Indeed, this is from the launch of Studio Ulster, which Declan Keeney, who's just taking a photo of me to get me the slide in the background, happened earlier in the year. So this is a full-scale production studio in Belfast with an R&D lab built within that complex. Similarly, we have a lab at Britain's biggest campus for live event production, Production Park in Yorkshire. And they have a live lab, an R&D lab, funded by UK Research and Innovation inside that laboratory in that production campus. I think that in the future this will lead to much more exploration of where the creative industries meet architecture and the built environment. And I think the next strand of policy, I think in the UK, that we can see is moving this towards an experience economy analysis. So not just the creative industries, but where the creative industries and creative practice and technology intervenes with public space. We're seeing a lot of new spaces open like this in London. So this is Outernet, which is in London's central shopping district, and it's a kind of digital art gallery and a promotion space. And I think we'll see a lot more exciting things like that. I just warn anybody who has the clicker after me that it's eccentric. I think we'll see a lot more experiences involving the combination of technology and performance, and we can already see these things in, say, outfits like TeamLab, the Japanese design collective, with their spaces that they create, which are part gallery, part interactive experience, and part Instagram opportunity. So they're quite different from traditional museums or galleries, just as probably the thing that I think is the event. Sorry, I've got this one. So we'll see this. We do see this transformation also in museums. So the move of the museum into a more experience-based. This is the Experience Museum in Ephesus in Turkey, which is partly designed by Marshmallow Laserfeast, who are a very small UK creative company, and probably. There we go, it is actually. And probably the thing that's transformed, the single event or show that's transformed the perception of this in the UK and the opportunities for these new entertainment experiences, most of all, is of course Aber Voyage, which is in a blatant plug for our session later on this afternoon. With Ben Morris and Alicia from Stewfish, we have two of the people who contributed to creating what I think is, for anybody who's seen it, a transformational experience. So we've had 25 years of the creative industries in the UK. We've moved from recognition through to an understanding of innovation. And I think, for me, the most exciting next step in the UK is to move from the creative industries as they were when we analysed them 25 years ago, or 27 years ago, to the experience economy, which can underpin a new level of growth. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for taking us through some of the history there and queuing up so many of the themes that we're going to cover today. Great pleasure to see that Dr. Tamara Vujovic, the Minister of Culture, has arrived. Welcome. Please, can I invite you to the stand to come and give your welcome? Thank you.
Thank you, dear friends. I'm sorry I was late. You saw our roads. It is my great honor to welcome you all in behalf of Ministry of Culture and Media of Montenegro in our beautiful city of Kotor, a place rich in cultural heritage and history, interwoven with the contemporary challenges and the potential of the creative industries. Today, creative industries, creative economies represent one of the most vital sectors of the modern economy, particularly in the context of post-digital transformation, cultural diversity, and knowledge-based post-industrial development. They are recognized as a strategic area that contributes not only to the economic growth, but also to the preservation of cultural identity, inclusive development, and international cultural cooperation. Montenegro, although a small country, is intensively working on the development of this sector, recognizing potential both in domestic and international context. With its rich cultural heritage and growing creative potential, Montenegro can become a model of entrepreneurial and sustainable development based on cultural resources and contemporary creativity. And we promise to do so by adopting a joint declaration about creative economies by all ministers of culture of the Western Balkans yesterday. The European Commission and the other international institutions agree that cultural and creative economies preserve and promote cultural and linguistic diversity and strengthen European, national, regional, and local identity. At the same time, they operate globally as ambassadors of European values, which are also a core commitment of our policy. Our cooperation with the United Kingdom is of strategic importance. The British Council in Montenegro is implementing several programs that contribute to the development of creative economy sector. Podgorica Creative Encounters 2024 focuses on the digital transformation, the creation of creative hubs, and make them sustainable, and development of digital skills. The film sector, in cooperation with the Film Center of Montenegro, has promoted British experiences in stimulating the creative economy. Other Fund, Culture and Creativity for Western Balkans, is also a regional program in partnership with UNESCO and the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation, also financed by EU. This program supports creative ecosystems and strengthens our cultural cooperation. In a world where attention becomes a currency and visibility is a key capital, creative industries stand out as a space of immense social and developmental value. They not only offer new forms of expression, but also teach us how to think critically, to recognize authenticity, and to shape communities based on meaning, not statistics. Creative economies are exactly that and more than that, a space where innovation, knowledge, and culture merge into a driving force of sustainable development, personal, economic, and social. I wish you all a fruitful discussions through these days, great ideas, and a lot better weather. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the warm words, particularly on the UK-Montenegro relationship, and we really support that. We will now move on to our next session, and we will hear a case study from elsewhere in the Balkans. So I would like to welcome Claudeta Krasniqi, who is the Chief of Cabinet to the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport at the Kosovo government, who will give a case study of moving from vision to policy. Claudeta, over to you.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here and share our experience in drafting our strategy for creative economy. As Claire said, moving from vision to policy, but then what after that? So I come from the Ministry of Culture, and our scope of work covers cultural heritage, intellectual property, youth, and sports. And when we started our work 4 years ago as a new cabinet, we developed this vision that we wanted to turn youth, culture, and sports into drivers for sustainable economic and social development. And so we started a number of very deep legislative reforms, going through each of these components and trying to create the right enabling environment for these sectors to thrive. And we introduced many different institutional mechanisms and different, let's say, frameworks, working frameworks, so that we could support our community or our creatives. And beyond that, we try to implement a number of different projects and programs, including arts in schools, where we would enable very young children to really interact at a very practical level with culture activities, so that they develop a better understanding of what it meant to be a cultural worker. Beyond that, we developed these new instruments to support the cultural scene by increasing the financial support, but also designing very tailored instruments that provided them with long-term support and substantial support, so that they could become like real partners in developing programs, but also trying to focus on the young creatives and innovative projects. But what we came to understand very soon as we were going through this journey is that to transform the creative sector into a driver for development, it required a much bigger setting than just the Ministry of Culture. Because this was not just a cultural issue. It was not a matter of cultural development. It was much more. So we realized that we needed to have a much more holistic approach towards developing this topic. We came to understand that turning the creative sector into a driver for development was an equality issue. We understand that culture develops narratives and creates perspectives and perceptions, which, if we don't have the right representation, it can easily lead to erase of the diverse stories and reinforcement of certain stereotypes. And we understood that to be able to do that, we really needed to reach to those hard-to-reach groups. We all know that some of the biggest ideas have started in garages. But then for those ideas to thrive and make the change in the world, needed access to financial support, to institutional support, to knowledge and education. And this is why we truly believe that this is a public issue. It's not just a matter of the market. We really understand that this is a spatial issue because the creative activity happens in space, be it digital space or physical space. And no matter how exciting it is to have all these digital platforms to bring us together and share knowledge, we still need the right physical spaces for us to come together and co-create for places where we can trust, places we feel safe to express ourselves, and places that can help us build each other's ideas. So we understand that we need a different perspective when it comes to shaping our cities and shaping our spaces. It is a educational matter. When we were doing arts in schools, we realized, we brought together, we were piloting this project, and we realized that out of 200 children that were coming from both urban and rural areas, only 180, so only 20% actually, ever went to the theater and went backstage just to see that, there was much more than just what you see. So, and for us, it's very important to have this kind of approach towards education as well, because this is how we kind of raise that awareness that working in culture is beyond entertainment. It's a real job, which for us in our culture sometimes, we might not really think of it like that. So we came to understand that when we're talking about the creative sector and its potential, it's much more than just working with the artists or providing the right financial support or making the right policies when it comes to culture. So we kind of embraced this idea of working on a strategy that was focused on creative economy. And this was not just because we thought it was a fancy term, that was so hot at the moment, but it came to be as a necessity to develop a joint vision across the entire sectors to make sure that we were having these coordinated efforts across the different sectors, and also, based on that, build the right and effective partnerships. So we started this journey, and we're still going through it. It is sometimes a boring process, but it's a very exciting journey. And we were very lucky to use this process as also a means or a platform for coordinating the different partners that we have in Kosovo. We have in this process, I'm very proud to say, all the different partners that have brought so much value to our process. And when we started understanding that this was a cross-sectorial issue, we brought together very different sectors of the central government, the local government, and the civil society. And we set up a number of working groups. Now, we say, if you don't want to finish the job, set up working groups. However, we really tried to create the right structure so that we make sure that the work is fed by the right professionals, but that there is the right debate happening in different levels of government. Be here the leaders, but also those that have worked for more than 25 years in the administration, but also the local level, and then especially the community. So for us, it was very important that we kind of engage participants and representatives and people with the right knowledge from very, very different sectors to spark this debate. And the key principle of the process that we designed was that it had to be inclusive in every sense. And this is something that we say very often, but it's very difficult to actually reach the right level of inclusiveness. And we tried different tools, and we're still trying different tools, just to make sure that we are voicing the different needs and priorities of different sections of the community. And for this purpose, we organized different settings. And we focused on having the civil society part of the process, the business community, the locals, the diaspora, which is a very, very big resource for Kosovo, but also the different public institutions from very, very different sectors. So we used different tools to reach this point. We used a number of conferences which showed commitment from the different, at the highest level, at the highest political level, so that we can also start this discussion at the public level. We had a number of conferences very, very similar to this one, where we brought professionals from different spheres to discuss on how the creative economy could enhance Kosovo's international profile. How does creative goods and creative services stand between each other in Kosovo, but also how can they help each other grow even better, and also what the institutional role should be in this process. And then we had a number of dozens of interviews and workshops where we sat and discussed each of the issues that concern different fractions of the community with regards to the creative economy. And finally, it's these huge groups of officials where we could go back and forth and discuss the different findings from all these different activities. And we're still in the thinking process, and there are some lessons that we learn, but there are so many open questions. And do we see this as a potential for development? Absolutely, yes. I mean, earlier there were some figures mentioned. In Kosovo, in the recent study that UNDP developed, it was found that the creative sector employs around 7.9% of the labor in Kosovo. And while there is a higher percentage of female, they still don't have the right data to really show it. We see that throughout the years, the share of the contribution of this sector in GVA has changed. But now we can see that it's around 4%, which is a steady value and could grow further. So We absolutely believe that this is a sector that is the future for our community, given the high percentage of youth that we have in our population. So we said, okay, we're going to talk from vision to policy, but one of the things that we're discussing on how to best take it further is how do we go from policy to practice? How do we use the resources that we have wisely so that we can maximize the impact of our action? So this is one of the discussions that is not very easy to have, especially when you have so many different governmental sectors coming together to work and share the piece of cake, but it's a discussion that we are very much interested and focused on having. Another issue or another challenge that we see ahead ourselves is the skills gap that we face. And what we could understand throughout this process is that there is such a huge gap between what our educational system produces and then what the market needs. And the market is changing so fast while the education system is changing so slow. So how do we become creative in addressing these very immediate challenges that we have and that need addressing for us to be able to thrive in the sector? Another thing that keeps coming back is a discussion in what is creative economy? Exactly what are we talking about when we're talking about creative economy? Which sectors are there? Because we're, as an administration, we are educated to think on sectoral basis. And once it is cross-sectorial, we start wondering exactly what it means for me as culture or as trade or as economy and the government. And this is one of the topics that keeps coming back. And every time we think that we are close to defining it, a new idea comes along, and then we see that maybe it's more than that. So I think this is one of the things that is a discussion, and I think is going to continue for some time. And then finally is data. Also, data is a big discussion in every policy discussion. And what we came to understand is that we have a huge challenge in gathering the right data. We have a statistical agency that uses the system of UNCTAD and Eurostat and everything, but when we see the different institutions, we see that there is still a very low level of understanding on what creative industries are, what kind of data should be collected, how do we present this data in order for them to make sense to this process. So there is a lot of work to be done there as well. So I hope this leaves you with more open questions than answers, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Claudetta. And data, I think, will be picked up in the, the panel this morning when we look on evaluating impact. Can I just grab that before that goes? Before that, though, we will travel to another country in wider Europe. So we will go north across the Black Sea, and we will travel to Georgia, where we will hear a little bit of that experience, very much picking up on what you've just been talking about, Claudetta, in terms of taking strategy to policy and beyond. So I'd like to welcome Elena Tordze, who is the director of the Creative Clusters Alliance, and Gail Craig, who's a policy advisor to the Creative Industries Council in the UK. Gail and Elena, over to you.
Okay, hello everybody. First, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Elena. As Claire said, I'm Director of Creative Clusters Alliance of Georgia. I also work at the Goethe Institute on Creative Compass Initiative. That is like an EU-funded and Goethe Institute co-funded and implemented project to support creative economy development in Georgia.
And I'm Gail Craig. I have a kind of background in working in creative industries policy development. I worked on the development of the creative industries sector vision in the UK, which Andrew showed previously, and I've had the great pleasure of working as a kind of consultant for the British Council with Georgia.
Can I get a clicker? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, then I could just ask to change the slides. Okay, so we want to tell the story of Georgia, and to tell this, we'll just briefly mention like bits and pieces of this story. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bits and pieces of this story, because it's quite a long story, and if anyone is interested, we'll be like happy to talk more about it for these 2 days. So to tell this, we have to go back to 2016, because this is the time when everything shifted and when the when the cultural strategy of Georgia, national state strategy, was adopted. And during that time, Georgia was really like working hard towards its EU integration process, and these also, like cultural strategy, can be seen in the prism of the EU integration process, because we Georgians are always proud of our culture and creativity, and that time government just saw the opportunity to include creative industries into this whole agenda of EU integration to support the sector. So that's when everything started, and it was a starting point basically. And then it was followed by establishing a specific state agency, Creative Georgia, to support creative industries development in our country. And before that, like I worked at the Ministry of Culture, I worked on the strategy, and then I moved to Creative Georgia. And it was a really small team. In the beginning, we were just 3 people, and we basically did everything from the scratch. And when we were starting, like even the term creative industries was like, not very like famous in Georgia, and we're going in all the regions, in all the cities, talking with creatives, talking with people, and it was not easy. And it was not easy on the one hand to persuade creatives themselves that they were creatives and that they could just, turn their ideas into businesses and earn on that. And on the other hand, it was also hard to persuade policymakers, even the Ministry of Culture at that time, even though we were in their system, to get more funds, for instance, to do the research, to do the mapping, to gain the data. So we were like working on all of these. We were working on policy development, on building the capacities of creatives, on helping them to join forces and form alliances, because at that time the creative community was very scattered, very fragmented, and like they were just, being in kind of a bubbles and were not collaborating very well at the time. And when doing all of this, like we've been always cooperating and collaborating with our international partners. And I want to mention that British Council was one of the key partners from the beginning, from 2017, and they were helping us with sharing the networks, sharing the capacities, like giving us funding for developing our programs. So like all of the projects that we worked on, because of the scarce funding also from the government at that time, and it's almost always the case for the culture and creativity, we've been like fundraising and getting support from international community. And I mentioned that it was like we were really much wanting to do a mapping of creative industries to get the data and then to talk and to draw more funding and investment in the sector. And we managed to persuade UNESCO International Fund for Cultural Diversity for this, and we managed to do the creative economy study that is quite a large-scale study, and it combines 4 different directions like analysis of economic data, qualitative research of the creative sector throughout the whole country. It also includes like information about all of the legislative framework, the history of the sector, and it also includes like some part of studying the potential of internationalization of the sector. So I will just briefly share some insights from this study. So basically, creative economy is one of the large employers in Georgia. Around 9% of workforce works in creative industries. And it also pays quite a lot comparing to other sectors. And I would say that some subsectors are better in this than others. And also like GVA of the sector is 3.8%, and its growth rate is 9%, as you see on the slide. And production yearly growth rate is 11.8%, and service export rate is 27%. And the largest subsectors, so advertising is the largest subsector in Georgia by turnover, and architecture is the largest employer. And even though, like let's say, film and video is quite successful in Georgia, but it's not the largest subsector. But if you look at the growth rate, it's growing quite fast in Georgia. We can say the same for fashion design, because you see that the average growth rate in product export is quite quite high, and for digital tech, it's 88% basically. So it's also like rapidly growing. So this is just bits from this mapping. It's available in English, and if anyone is interested, like I can share anytime. So the second important direction that we've been working for like around a decade is capacity building and supporting creatives mainly in, business skills. And British Council was our key partner in this direction, and we've been supported by the Creative Spark program, and we worked on translating different toolkits, creating different toolkits, on, organizing incubation programs, trainings, masterclasses. We created also a website where we collected all of this educational information and materials to be available in Georgian language for the creative community. It was like a key part of our journey, I would say. And next direction that will just give us opportunity to also continue with the Creative Clusters Alliance. To tell the story about that is how we happen to work on creative hub spaces, alliances, and helping the sector to find spaces and helping the sector to just unite the forces. So there was a really high demand in the community to find affordable creative spaces to work, to meet. And on the other hand, there was abundance of these vacant and unused spaces. And I will just show you like several slides of the buildings from the study we funded at the time. So we had this like old Soviet era industrial buildings or cultural houses. This is just in the capital city, Tbilisi. But actually this kind of study was done in 35 municipalities last year in Georgia, and I can share if anyone is interested too by Goethe Institute. So drawing on this, we thought that it was really important and key to work on creative space hub cluster alliance development. And we had the support from the UNESCO and European Union at first for this. We created the policy paper, we created the multi-stakeholder council, and we organized lots and lots of meetings, and we brought people from like different stakeholders, people from different creative spaces and who didn't have spaces. And through all these meetings, at one of the meetings, the idea came to create some kind of association, alliance of creative spaces that could help other people in the regions of Georgia who want to create this kind of spaces to join forces and in the future to advocate for their needs and for what they wanted to do. And Gail, maybe you want to continue after this.
So, as Elena has explained, there's a huge amount of activity happening in Georgia. There's government interest for the first time, but the sector hadn't come together and recognized itself as a sector, and within that, they didn't have a unified voice or unified ask to government about what they wanted this support to look like and how they wanted support to work. So, the UK, as Andrew explained, is a world leader in creative industry policy in that we were the first to define the creative industries and industrial sector. We don't know it all and we haven't got it right, but we do have a lot of experience to share. And so that's what we worked to work alongside Elena and her team and share experience and insights and practical examples from the UK and wider European experience to support them on their journey. I think the first thing that we looked at was creating the space and time. So Elena brought together a hugely committed, passionate, incredibly smart bunch of people, but they all had day jobs to do. They were running record labels, architectural firms, creative hubs. So creating an opportunity for them to come together, for them to focus on what was important, what they wanted to articulate as a sector, really was instrumental in making progress. It's a really simple and straightforward thing to do, but it really accelerated change. We also then worked to share with them the toolkits and frameworks that exist in terms of policy development and in terms of creative economy development to just fast track, their thinking about what their ask was to crystallize their ambitions for the sector and their ask of government. And for me, as a lifelong policy official, one of the most professionally affirming moments was when a whole group of passionate creative people loved a theory of change and were hugely excited about implementing one of those. We also looked at kind of practical examples. Where have these policies been implemented before? How did that work? Who was brought together, so that if you're asking change of the Ministry of Culture or Creative Georgia, they can see exactly how that worked. Maybe adopt all of it, maybe not, but there were very kind of practical examples to point to. And then I think perhaps the most important element was that we created connections for this kind of group of passionate advocates. So I think in many ways, just like creators themselves, creative sector policy advocates can feel very isolated. And so connecting them with peers and mentors who had kind of been on that journey before, I think was enormously valuable. So through the wonder of Zoom, we beamed in a kind of series of speakers. Gillian Eason, who's with us today, shared her experience about Creative Dundee, which I think we'll all get to learn about as part of this conference. We had Professor Sarah Pepper of Cardiff University. We had, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, I'm so sorry, Nana Radankovic, of the co-founder of Nova Iskra, the first creative hub in the Balkans, and we had kind of members of the European Creative Hub Network, all to kind of talk about the journeys that they'd been on, what they'd learned, and to share that kind of sense of connection with Elena and the group of experts that she brought together.
Thank you, Gail. So we'll just briefly say what the Creative Clusters Alliance is and what it wants to do. Basically, it's just like-minded people who want to support each other, who want to support creative community by mainly sharing the knowledge. This is the first and most important key goal of the Alliance. And then in the future to develop into the association that works on advocacy, that works on voicing up the needs of the creative community in the whole country and then in the region. So this is the ambition. And this is who we are. Right now we have like 11 organizations in 4 different locations of Georgia, and we have like different kinds of organizations. We have like typical businesses, we also have like non-profit sector representatives, and out of all of these 11, like 10 are just spaces, and 1 is the platform, like Tbilisi Architectural Biennial. So these are our members. I will not stop in detail into explaining more about the members because we don't have much time, but anytime like you can ask. So this is like art house, multifunctional space in the regional city of Gori. This is in the capital city, old former cable car that is like a contemporary art space and mediathek. This is like typical creative hub, Fabrica, and this is also in the regional city, like a studio, theater, youth theater, and yeah, these are just our members. And this is like bright group of people behind me, like not everyone from the Alliance, but most of it. And in the center also you see the Maya from the British Council of Georgia, who has been following this journey since the beginning. So yes, and Gail is there, and Becky Shoesmith, who has been also helping us in this, for this whole journey. And yeah, to sum everything up, I just wanted to go back to this timeline and to the final point, that is creative economy strategy. So in parallel with working on Creative Clusters Alliance, we've been working on creating creative economy strategy because, as I mentioned before, the sector was fragmented. We wanted to just unite everything that we've been working on before in all of these different directions, and we wanted to somehow like unite the sector too. So it was kind of an innovative approach because this is not a typical state strategy. We included like different sectors, international organizations, and not just in the process of writing, but in the process of implementing. So in the action plan, you can see that there are different directions where like private sector or how international organizations who want to do something in this can chip in and implement, I don't know, some kind of programs and actions to support creative industries. Because like, to be honest, like almost everywhere there is like a funds for creative industries, and culture is never enough, so it's always good to diversify. So this was our mindset that we did the creative economy strategy around. And yes, but right now, like, the implementation of the strategy is not that rapid, I would say, because there was a shift in the policy around a year ago, then with the election. So the situation in Georgia is quite challenging right now. And yes, that's why the, I don't know, development of this direction is not that rapid as we would anticipate it to be. Gail, maybe you also wanted to say one or two words.
So, yeah, the latest engagement that we've had with Elena and the team is, so the creative economy strategy, I can say I didn't write it, Elena did. It's an incredible piece of work. It's a really all-encompassing kind of visionary long-term document, but in the current political context, implementing something that kind of requires such widespread partnership and change is really challenging and very difficult. So what we have worked to do in working with government officials, in working with Elena, in working with the British Council team, is to identify kind of practical but foundational actions within the strategy that can help the kind of development of the sector. So looking at education, looking at data, and that can kind of maintain that momentum in a kind of quiet way in a context of very significant change and challenge.
Thank you, Gail. So, Anya, to just sum up everything briefly, today, as I said, the situation is very challenging, and situation for Creative Clusters Alliance, as whole of the creative community, as all of the independent creatives and independent organizations in Georgia, has been really hard for the last year. It was really hard also to sustain international support, and all of the programs I mentioned before have been done with the support of our international friends and communities, but right now it's getting under a lot of scrutiny, and it's really hard. But the surprise is, like, for me to see that right now, like I said, that creative community was very fragmented. Right now, creative community is the strongest, and it's a surprise for me. They are just in the forefront of all the development. I don't know, like all the processes, all the civic activism, like artists, creatives, like theaters, and the ones who couldn't join forces before, right now are the strongest, and are the key into the development of Georgia, I would say, right now. So it's a cool thing about creativity. So in the time of the challenge, they just managed to just unite forces and are stronger than ever right now.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Elena. Yeah, we have tracked and collaborated with the team in Georgia on this work for over 10 years, and there's a rich amount of experience to share. Both Gail and Elena will be participating in workshops tomorrow, so if you want to delve into more detail, please do join them there. Now we will move on to our first panel. On the very critical topic of how can we effectively measure success in the creative industries, and why does it matter? Let me introduce Ian Bennett from the Fifth Sector, Gillian Eason from Creative Dundee, and Duygu Yagir from the Ministry of Trade in Turkey. We were meant to have a fourth member of this panel. Unfortunately, Dana Shaikmet from Kazakhstan, from the Creative Industries Alliance, her flight was cancelled, and so she had to get on a flight this morning. I think she's unlikely to get to the panel in time, but she will be joining us at some point later today, and she will be joining the sessions tomorrow. So we will make sure to build in the chance so you can hear from her. But Ian, over to you.
Thanks very much, and welcome to Kotor. As a native of Manchester, I know how healthy for the creative soil constant drizzle and slate grey skies are. So I'm very pleased to be here in some properly English weather. This topic sounds like the driest thing that you're going to do during your 2 days here, but I promise you that we're going to endeavour to make it more fun than you can possibly imagine when you're thinking about measuring in metrics. So don't worry, there'll be no sort of algebra on the screen. There's going to be no equations and methodology here. But what this session is really about bringing to life and making visible the different ways in which we provide evidence of how culture and creative industries can transform communities and places. And I'm really pleased to say that we've got two quite different but really complementary approaches represented in our panelists here. And basically my role here is to introduce those things, let the dialectic emerge from the conversation and shut up. So I'm going to do just that, and I'm going to invite Gillian first to talk a bit about Dundee's sort of ecosystem-driven approach, if you like, if I can characterize it that way, and how you have used qualitative insights to drive that change.
Okay, thank you. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and certainly hearing from the last two speakers as well. I just knew that just in the right place, so totally delighted by that. Creative Dundee, a blog that I set up in 2008. So I appreciate there's lots of creative, countries, creative cities. I find it increasingly hard to define what Creative Dundee is. It's a network organisation. We have a mission to centre creative practitioners as powerful catalysts for collective good and citywide growth. Dundee itself is a really exceptionally different city. It's a very small city, but it's got exceptional creative density. So the creative and digital industries are by far the largest sector in terms of turnover, double the amount, for example, of tourism. We are a grassroots organisation, which I find quite interesting. I think it maybe means we're small. So there's 5 of us within the team at Creative Dundee. So that gives you a sense of scale. Over the last 10 years, I've built it to become a social enterprise and charity now. And I'll be talking more about Creative Dundee itself later. But we use data all the time. So I don't want to say that we don't use quantitative data. We rely on quantitative data. But we don't have ready access to it. And the data that we do have access to is not perfect. For example, I think we'll all know that there are just some real challenges about how the creative economy data is collated and collected. Certainly in the UK, for example, the standard industrial classification model of how you count jobs doesn't include, for example, further and higher education jobs. It doesn't, things don't count the number of creative students that make our cities and our places really vibrant. So there's lots of challenges with the data we do have. So we really prefer a more qualitative approach, which we have ready access to through our incredible community. We have ways of having a kind of rapid feedback loop with those in our community. And just by way of a couple of quick examples, we co-designed Dundee's first creative industry strategy very much with the sector, with those in the sector and those who support it at a local and kind of Scotland level. We also developed We Dundee, which was a platform that crowdsourced residents' insights into current Dundee and what they would like to see happen in future Dundee. And that led us to become, that was part of the application to become a UNESCO City of Design, but also during COVID, that was really critical for post-COVID government plans. And that was just a simple way of people sharing their kind of statements of what they would love to see happen in the future. So I think our role at Creative Dundee is as a translator, an advocate and a translator, as storytellers, so using creativity to absolutely articulate and demonstrate the impact of the creative industries. It's a big part of what we do, because I think numbers often miss the real stories.
Thank you very much. In comparison, however, our other panellists can demonstrate how important the numbers are and just how diverse the sources of numbers are and how many branches of government can be influenced by selective and precise application of those numbers. So Doigo, don't shy away from the numbers is what I'm going to say in introducing this section.
About our export numbers or other as institution numbers, thank you very much, and thank you British Council Wider Europe for inviting me such a delightful event, and being a part of this event is very great thing for me. As we have told before, Turkey now is among the top 5 countries within terms of some subcategories of the creative industries, namely especially in the content sector. According to the Economist magazine, last year's edition, Turkey is now ranking the 3rd country which is now producing the most content in the world, just after following the US and UK. And this is very important for us. And also in gaming industry, Turkey is, of course, very developing. And according to the UNCTAD's economic view report, Turkey is also among the top 5 in terms of creative goods production, and Turkey's export in creative goods production as of the year 2023 has reached to $15 billion, which is a great amount for us, and which is also having the share of 6% of our total export, which has still its own path to develop. But when we come to the global data, we see that the share of creative services is increasing more. So as Ministry of Trade, we are very closely observing both global data and local data together. So we are trying to feed our policies from both different aspects of data as well. And as she said, we are also, of course, collecting data from different ministries, from different institutions, and different sectoral associations like services export association to creative economy committees of the local cities trade organizations. We are conducting very periodic meetings and consultations with them so as to collect quantitative and qualitative data, and we also give a very tailor-made specific which is responding to the sector-specific needs, export promotions, and we are giving that export promotions on the basis of no data, no promotion. So if they support us data about their turnover, about their employment status, about their export, and then we release the export promotion to them. So we use export promotion mechanisms so as to collect the right data from the sector. It's one of our way. Of course, we are also working very closely with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, especially their Copyrights Director General and Director General of Cinema, as well as we are working with the development agencies, which are the affiliated body of Ministry of Technology and Industry in Turkey. And we have very also important stakeholders like British Council Turkey. We are in both ways giving too much feedbacks to each other, and intellectually also they are supporting us. I can say, by the way, I would like to thank British Council Turkey for their valuable support in our policy shaping and making sometimes. So, and other types of European EU funded projects. Now we are conducting one project, some of my friends are here, Inspire project, which is the first creative economy based EU funded project. And also we studied more in depth the UK through this project, and we had a chance to visit, there. We didn't make it in Dundee, but we make it in Scotland. Yeah. So when you talk, I was thinking our very fruitful study over there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what's really fascinating about that is this is all not orchestrated by a Ministry of Culture, right? This is orchestrated from the Ministry of Trade, and I think that's a real difference from some of the other approaches that we've heard spoken about today. How do you take all those different inputs at a government level, national level, city level, Chamber of Commerce level? At what point does all that data come together and find its way into a policy document, or how does that process work?
Yeah, actually, we are. I do not want to say that Ministry of Trade is the focal point of all the creative economy, but Ministry of Trade is the only, I can say, institution that has established such a head of department. I am the head of Department of Creative Industries and Cultural Services, which is an affiliated body of Director General of Services. But of course, we have also export the Director General of Export, and they have a specific head of departments with fashion design, like industrial design. They are giving also export promotions to them. We are giving export promotions to gaming, to content industry, to digital art. We have very world-known, famous digital artists known as Refik Anadol, and that types of people. We have so many Refik Anadols, by the way, in our techno hubs and techno cities. So now we are start to support advertisement and copyrights also the sector. So Ministry of Trade has been supporting these industries as of 2010. So in a decade, of course, more than a decade, 15 years, of course, there is a kind of Ministry of Trade has turned out to be a kind of focal point for creative economy, but just within the perspective of export. We are approaching the issue. And then when the Ministry of Industry and Technology starts this INSPIRE project, thanks to the European Union, we understood that, oh my God, we have so many institutions dealing with these issues, and even we don't know each other well. Are you giving such support? Oh, we are also giving that support. But if you give that support, I give that support. I mean, and then now our presidency has established a new mechanisms, so that now we are making very economic regression analysis on our supports as well. So now I can say in 2 years' time we are sharing our data with the presidency, and the presidency is the orchestrating body of creative creative institutions, related institutions. So I can't say we are the focal point, but we turn out to be focal point, as I said to you, because we have maybe the awareness in the ministry has risen just before 15 years ago in those other institutions. But now we have very close contact with each other.
So it's a very long-term process. I mean, had Dana been able to join us, one of the really striking things that she said in our conversation before this session was the effect that the Creative Industries Association of Kazakhstan had in sort of formalizing relationships and, if you like, bringing creative businesses, to use her term, out of the shadows. And what she meant by that was that people who've been operating independently but sort of semi-officially felt confident that there was a framework in which they could register their businesses within a really well-recognized framework, and that actually results in a massive increase in the number of registered businesses from 18,000 to 43,000 in a really short space of time. But Gillian, you referred to this difficulty in a UK context. There's lots of things which aren't measured in the official stats. My constant crusade is, as the UK contingent here will know, is about freelancers. How do you balance out your messaging between that which you can collect that data on and the other kinds of information and intelligence you have about the actual makeup of the workforce in the creative economy?
Yeah. Oh, I'm on that crusade as well, Ian. So yeah, about 50% of creative economy workers in Scotland are certainly zero employee businesses, as it were. So they're not really captured at all in any of the official stats, which is incredibly frustrating for them and for us. I think if we chase the same metrics, we're going to get the same, there's that, I can't remember the quote, but chase the same metrics, going to get the same results. We're not going to change anything meaningfully. Certainly we're seeing a kind of younger generation push harder, rightly, on access, representation, mental health, fair work. And if we just pursue the big numbers, we'll never meet the needs of those people. So we're not simply pursuing, the big sectors, as it were. So I think for us, it's really important that the stats and stories are complementary. And I think the community-generated content, or the stories that we can generate, they bring the culture.
At an earlier stage in that journey, to develop an approach which takes account of regional differences and the fact that their development's at different stages.
Actually, first, the close coordination and cooperation between different institutions dealing with creative economy is the, I think, key point. After working in close relationship with Ministry of Culture and Tourism and Ministry of Industry and Technology, which has affiliated bodies in the region through development agencies, we understood lots of things we skipped. And then when we get the data, when we get the sectoral based sector specific necessities, which is like wide-ranging necessities, and then we sit down and together, and then we talk about how can we, reshape our very scarce resources to these sectoral needs. I can say we work very closely in depth to develop tailor-made sector support mechanisms. For example, I did not know that the digital artists' specific needs in terms of their use of, like AI, like generated AI technologies, their needs. And then I started give them extra, like supports when I understood that they have very, very, like specific needs. So this is the first rule. The second rule, of course, to sit down on the table together with the sector. Not only the head of the sectoral or the I can say umbrella representatives of the sector, the subsector representatives. I don't remember how many times I sit down with digital artists, with content creators. In the content creators, even for the creators, different genres. Like I made different meetings with soap opera producers, animation producers, like documentary producers and TV program format producers. Because even they are in the same subcategory, they need different support mechanisms. And they are confronting with different market access barriers in the world. So one of them is like confronting with piracy, like our TV series sector, especially, unfortunately, in the MENA region. Most of the Turkish series are being broadcasted on piracy. And the animation sector has different priorities. So this is the second thing. And the third thing, for countries like Turkey, like developing countries, we have very scarce resources, and our sources are not infinite. So different institutions should sit down on the table again. You give this support, I give this support. Oh, this is the same support? Then you give it, I will give another one. So that different types of subsectors can benefit from that scarce resources as well. And I think another two actor is very critical. We have also some connections, but not close connections with them. Ministry of Education and Ministry of Workforce, Social Security and Workforce, because they are also the main resource generating bodies, supporting bodies. Just a couple of months ago, we managed to establish a creative economy committee within the universities association, namely in YÖK in Turkey. So now we are getting very close with the university departments especially the animation for the animation sector, for the content creation sector. So these are the three main things I can recommend.
Thank you. And Gillian, just to sort of bring this to a close, because I know that we're all now waiting for coffee. You've had that practical experience of the creative economy system in Georgia. Do you have any recommendations for maybe other West Balkan nations who are also on that journey, which kind of brings together that sense of partnership and how you make that really effective?
I think in many ways we can learn lots from our Balkan friends. I mean, it's incredible to hear about, scarce resources, but it sounds so coordinated and cohesive, which is wonderful. So I think they're already on their way, absolutely. And in terms of that seat at the table that Duga mentioned, I think that's really important. I'd love to see more cross-policy implementation of culture being at the table, across education, health and well-being, and multiple other drivers. That's certainly where we've seen that, by building that case for investment, it's a driver for all those policy goals. So, yes, that's that.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't think we've got anything further to add than yes.
So, morning agenda part 2. So now we move to look at the topic of skills and entrepreneurship and creative talent. And we will begin with a case study from Screen Yorkshire. We will then have a panel looking at that broader topic of investing in potential. And then we will have some early insights from some research being done by the Beyond team on the creative economy. So, without further ado, happy to introduce Caroline Cooper-Charles, who is the CEO of Screen Yorkshire. Caroline.
Good morning, everybody. Not better. Everyone's slightly taller than me. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Claire. Lovely to be here speaking to you all today. I'm Caroline Cooper-Charles. I'm the Chief Executive of Screen Yorkshire. We've been powering the region's screen industries for over 20 years in Yorkshire and the Humber, and we've helped transform Yorkshire into a world-class hub for production, talent and innovation. Today, I want to share with you a little bit about how we've driven that growth, built a skilled workforce, attracted major productions and supported creative storytelling, all while maximising economic opportunity. We've worked on major international productions, providing world-class support and attracting production spend. Our Yorkshire Content Fund has invested in more than 50 titles. Our first investment actually was back in 2012 in Peaky Blinders. That was when they needed our money. They don't anymore. But it is the gift that keeps on giving. And more recently, titles like Official Secrets and The Duke. From a £14 million fund, we managed to leverage 250 million of production spend, supporting over 12,000 jobs and a 1.1 billion turnover. Our film office offers a free professional service crucial in making productions choose Yorkshire. Our crew service connects productions with local talent, creating jobs and ensuring that economic benefit stays in the region. Innovative training programs help us ensure diversity and build a robust, skilled workforce. And everything that we do is about long-term, sustainable industry growth. This slide shows the depth of impact of the Yorkshire Content Fund. Crucially, this is not just a one-time investment. We reinvest funds to fund future production, so we operate as a commercially viable renewable fund. That makes it a powerful, self-sustaining economic engine for our region. At the heart of our success is talent. We've created a suite of programmes tailored to all career stages. From Beyond Brontes, which opens doors for young underrepresented creatives, to Connected Campus, which links education with real-world careers, Screen Crafts and digital skills courses, which train in-demand craft and technical areas, and Next Level, which supports career progression. More recently, the addition of Screen Alliance North, working across the north of England, coordinates training to ensure access and quality. Infrastructure is also key to attracting major productions. From Versa Studios and Prime Studios in Leeds to Production Park, which has been mentioned earlier today, we offer best-in-class facilities. The unit provides a home for grassroots creativity, and CoStar Live, one of the CoStar network that's also been mentioned today, is the UK's largest R&D lab for creative industries and live performance, future-proofing our region's capabilities. Beyond production and training, we invest in storytelling and talent development. Programs like ScriptEd, Flex, and Loop support script editors, platform-hopping creatives, and immersive audio drama writers. We also collaborate with major initiatives like Bradford 2025, this year's City of Culture, running short film and producer exchange schemes. It's all about amplifying diverse, original, regional voices. We're a one-stop shop for incoming productions with location scouting, database access, and crew packages. We help shows like The Crown and Mission Impossible 7 and Bridgerton run smoothly. Our crewing service ensures these big productions create local jobs, and they drive screen tourism, bringing visitors to Yorkshire locations seen around the world. First formed in 2002, we stepped in to fill the gap left by shrinking regional broadcast. We launched the UK's first and most successful regional content fund, and our Screen Industries Growth Plan, backed generously by the BFI, has driven long-term strategic growth in the region. And here's some of the results. We've helped generate over £1.1 million in turnover, supported 12,000 jobs, and boosted tourism across the region. These aren't just stats. They represent careers, communities, and the sustainability of our industry. Our purpose is clear: to secure Yorkshire's global reputation as a world-leading screen hub. Our vision is to be the best place in the UK to do screen business, and we're doing that by creating opportunity, building infrastructure, and supporting all of our creative communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for setting the scene, and I mean, some obviously incredible statistics and achievements there. And Caroline is going to stay on stage here and chair a panel for us, which delves into the topic a bit more broadly in terms of investing in potential and growing creative talent. So I would like to invite the rest of the panelists on stage, please. Declan Keeney from Studio Ulster, Milivoje Gogovic, excuse me on my pronunciation, we haven't met yet to be able to fine-tune that, from FX3X, Anush Ter Kacharian from Creative Armenia, and I will hand over to Caroline to begin the conversation. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Claire. So we're going to talk a little bit about growing creative talent across the economy, but before we do this, just for a little bit of context, could you just introduce yourselves really briefly, just to tell us what your role is so we can see how you're approaching this?
Of course, so lovely to be here. Thank you, Caroline. I'm Anush. I'm a creative innovator and cultural manager, and I've been running the programs at Creative Armenia Arts Foundation for over 6 years, and innovating the creative sector and the industries in Armenia.
Hi, I'm Milivoje Đorđević. I'm coming from Macedonia. I'm the CEO of FX3X Visual FX company. Mainly, we do movies, but also we do some animations, and in general, we also have a training center that is dedicated to our industry.
I'm Declan Keeney, so I'm Chief Executive of Studio Ulster, which is a large-scale virtual production studio complex we're setting up in Northern Ireland. But I'm also Professor of Screen Technologies and Innovation at Ulster University, and built the Ulster Screen Academy, which has about 873 students registered across 10 degree programs that connect into our conversations today. And then building teams, commercial teams, right the way through to I'm also involved in research and development in this space and future capability building. So I am director of the CoStar Screen Lab, CoStar being a large UK government, the AHRC, UKRI funded research network in the UK that we'll talk a little bit about. And then I'm a member of the board of the British Film Institute.
Thank you very much. That's obviously a really wide range of perspectives on this topic in a really wide range of geographies. So I think it's going to be a really rich discussion. Thank you. And I've got so many questions to get through. I probably won't get through all of them. But just to start from all of you, in your view, what do you think are the most essential conditions for nurturing and retaining creative talent today? And obviously interested in how those views might differ across your different sectors and geographies. Anish, do you want to start?
That's a wonderful question. So when we're talking, and I'm going to bring this to the Armenian context, I would say when we began our most essential programs in the development of creative industries in Armenia, the biggest challenge was that the communities of artists were very scattered, and everyone was kind of creating in their own echo chamber. So it was really hard for new artists to come in, to create and to innovate the system overall. So I think like one of the big ones would be creating an infrastructure and a pipeline that would support artists and combine them, and also change the understanding of what art and what culture is, and what those sectors are, because oftentimes it ends up being very solidified and very closed. While we are trying to make it clear that creative industries can include all kinds of sectors, and the collaboration between those sectors is what's essential and what's going to eventually innovate the industry. So that would be the one, and I think also bringing new professions to Armenia, because, for example, I'm also coming from the film industry, and I see oftentimes that there are film productions that need distributors, and there are none in Armenia. And professions like that, where they think that people think there will not be a demand in Armenia, so they don't pursue those professions, and then Armenian filmmakers need the distributors, but they can't find in the Armenian context, so they go outside. So there is this catch-22, which like it needs to be solved. So I think encouraging and educating people that there are so many different professions in the industry and that they can pursue and excel in is also an important one.
Thank you. It's interesting. Your first point was very reflective of what we were hearing about had happened in Georgia as well. So that's an interesting point to pick up on. Milivoje, what?
Well, since I'm coming from Macedonia, and in Macedonia, visual effects industry was not existing in 90s when we started. So actually, we have to invent not just ourselves, but we should reinvent the whole industry in Macedonia. And actually, we started by ourselves in 90s, but we figured out by the end of 90s that we need a broader reach, and somehow we make a few steps forward and look up to the next 5 years, and we figure out how to get involved a lot of young people, actually students from even the primary schools, just to get exposed to the new technology at that time for them in Macedonia. So we reach out to all the schools that at that time had IT classrooms, but there was no content in the classrooms. So we figure out how to establish kind of virtual classroom that will work in 40 different schools together on those computers in those schools. And we exposed over 3,000 students that were interested in those faculty classes. And out of those students, 3,000, I think that most of the companies that are right now in our industry came from that group of people. So right now we have a lot of gaming companies, we have different entertainment, different type of entertainment industry businesses, but even some of the visual effects companies rise from that classrooms. On the other side, because our industry is very, how should I say, fluid, we have to reinvent every 5 to 10 years, and we go through different changes and processes. And every 5 to 10 years, you have to reinvent yourself. And that also stays for the education process. If we were teaching people like 20 years ago about the primary skills, now we start using some virtualization processes, and now we are talking, as you said, like virtual production was very active, but now it's augmented reality was in one time, but now it's artificial intelligence. So we are doing a lot of investment in our studio just to keep the pace. And at this moment, like 3 years ago, we also invested in one stage, like 400 square meters just for visual production. But it's more like experimental that we are using it, because we are going through that process, integrating artificial intelligence with virtual productions and motion capture techniques and everything, just to see the first steps to be a bit upfront of the whole industry, at least as much as we can. We have a good opportunity to work to the greatest studios in the world, and we are happy that we started really early on our path working with Industrial Lights and Magic. We have Ben here from that studio, and they were the founders of our industry. So they're like godfathers in visual effects industry. And we learn a lot from their teams because we worked with them since 2007. So actually they somehow establish all these procedures and help us to go through the processes and teach us a lot about the processes. And we are grateful for that. And on the other side, we try to implement all these things that we learned from the business to the transfer it to our training center, because there is no training center in Macedonia on that level. So we have to do it and produce the students and produce the capacity for all the industry by ourselves. So we are trying to implement everything that we learn, every new process or every new technology that's coming in, to just transfer. And every few years we have to redo our curriculums and changing to be a little bit different than the previous. And in today's environment, we see that artificial intelligence is growing rapidly fast. And let's say that in the last, like 3 years ago, there was 0% of artificial intelligence involved in our projects. We get to like 25% this year. So it's going, but it's going slow. You should see like progressing like 5-10% a year. But it will get from this point, I think the next point will be like 40-50%, and the next point will be 80% in a few years from now. So we have to be aware.
I think your point about reinvention within the creative industries is something that we all recognise that we have to deal with on a regular basis. But we're maybe going to have to start reinventing ourselves a little bit more quickly, I think, in the context of AI, perhaps. And I mean, that's an incredible story about the going from the classroom and essentially building your workforce from for the future, which all those people are now working in the industry. That's a great example. Thank you, Declan.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of what has been said resonates with us in Northern Ireland, and I think Claudetta talked about it earlier on as well. There's an infrastructure piece here where, excuse me, where it's about people. This is an industry about people, and we don't have stories, we don't have ideas without people, and we need to realise that our real value is in the IP or the intellectual property that people generate. And so, but, to create a workforce, to retain a workforce, there are a lot of different lines of attack. And so in Northern Ireland, we've actually introduced opportunities at school level with cinema clubs. We have a unique ecosystem for screen education in Europe. And this is something that the BFI identified in sort of a pan-European study. We have also unique qualifications at secondary school in moving image arts, for example, that connect animation to film. But then it is about thinking about all of the various prongs of the industry. So you have to remember that you have a workforce. You have to look at making sure that they're tooled, not just for the future, but that they're actually tooled to work in the way we need them to right now. And that isn't always taken for granted. And so we need to build a lot of opportunities for training and development in the existing workforce, and then looking where the challenges are. So in Northern Ireland, for example, in new technologies like artificial intelligence, looking at complex scanning and virtual production and all of that as an umbrella term. I realized very, very early on that we needed the long game as well. And so we set up a thing called the Ulster Screen Academy that connects to university. We've grown that from about 100 sort of graduates in about against 2 degree programs into 9 or 10 degree programs, many of them endorsed by companies like Epic Games and so on. Because convergence is a real thing for our industry right now. We see this very definitely in the virtual production studios that we've built, called Studio Ulster, where we have C++ programmers, those who are 3D designers, now working alongside set builders and the art department and DOPs and producers and directors. We don't necessarily need all of those people to retrain and suddenly speak the language of visual effects, but they need to understand what the tool is and how they can tell stories with it. And I think that this is something that we're looking at across the industry. To get people into this industry, I think there's a number of things. They need to see an infrastructure. They need to see an industry. They need to see it as an opportunity. We need to identify real careers in that space. That means you need to build in a trajectory for them, because that, where they're headed, what that development looks like for people is critical to them. We lose most people moving from early entrant into established. That's the time that most people step out of this industry, because they don't get the opportunity to convert properly into real work and good work, and in the sense, to use that term that was used earlier today. And so that opportunity to really think about, and then the other side of this is that trajectory is a path for them in the industry, but then the culture of this thing. Scaling isn't about size. Scaling is about alignment. If you want to grow your workforce in the creative industries, it's about alignment with policy, it's alignment with ability, it's alignment with talent training, early training, getting people in to imagine themselves in this industry. They can see this. I have to now compete with sectors like fintech and cyber to draw people in to my industry. I need people on the set that are capable of being in those other sectors, and we also need to find ways to pay them competitively, and that's very, very difficult in a sense. Many of them find it more rewarding, many of them find it much more interesting ultimately as careers, but unless they see that as an opportunity. So scaling is about alignment, and then thinking about the talent as infrastructure is really, really critical here. We often build, and I think it is important to build facilities. It's, really good talent is attracted to good facilities where they can see how they might express themselves in that space. But without a trajectory for them to understand how they can get into it, move through it, and move on and move into maybe other parts of the career. And then the culture. More increasingly, I see it with young staff, the staff that I have, or the younger staff, I would call them. It's about culture for them. There's an economy of the heart at play here. This is about stepping in. They've made deliberate decisions to be involved in the creative sector. And so there's an opportunity for them to want to align with peers that think like them but are complementary, where they can be involved in storytellers. Most of them are storytellers. Most of them want to create and be creative. And I think we need to empower them to be able to do that. And so we need to put in the types of training across schools, across colleges, apprenticeships, not necessarily going to university, but also universities, right the way into not forgetting about the workforce we already have. We need to bring them with us as well. And in Northern Ireland, we do a lot of work supported by Northern Ireland Screen, of course, and other agencies, and indeed the Ulster Screen Academy, to train the workforce in new technologies. There are about 1,200 AAA crew in Belfast that work across. We've always punched above our weight, I guess, for the size of the country. And we've already trained 300 of those staff in virtual production techniques in anticipation of some of the new technologies in the studios that we're bringing online.
Thank you. That's really interesting. I think about what the points you were making about if you want to grow at scale, you actually have to be working at all of the different levels and thinking about those lifelong careers, and you mentioned Northern Ireland Screen there, and it'd be really interesting to know what sort of levels of investment you think it needs to be able to scale in that way, in the way that you've done very successfully.
Northern Ireland's at a scale, and I mean, and I think many of our international partners that are here today are probably not, dissimilar scales necessarily. That creates a sandbox. A sandbox is, for us, by that I mean we have really good alignment from government. We have worked very hard to build the data. Andrew pointed to how we've generated data in the UK, and of course in Ireland for us as well. There is an opportunity then to build policy. If you can build policy, then we bring political support. Political support will bring investment, at government level, investment and policy, and then thinking about agencies like Northern Ireland Screen who are empowered by that investment, for example. And then the BFI, of course, have a role in this. There's a BFI cluster in Northern Ireland. They've invested substantively in training and training development across the UK as well. That type of alignment creates an environment, a really good environment. It is about the ecosystem. We cannot build facilities, studios, businesses in the creative technology, the creative industry sector without building the ecosystem, and it should not be forgotten if you're trying to develop these in regional areas. I mean, I think, for us, we do not want to try and be London. London is London. We can't compete with London directly, but we can compete at a global level around cost and around capability. And I think we build Northern Ireland, for us is a very different proposition, but it is that difference that actually makes us attractive in a way. Being able to regionalize, we should embrace our regionality because we can bring different locations, different types of people, a different experience for productions nationally and internationally. So Northern Ireland Screen in that context provides a substantive amount of training that enables us to train the workforce. And they were very involved in investing heavily in training the workforce in preparation for virtual production. That has worked very well for us already. We've done quite a few productions. We're now building a capability in Northern Ireland that is on par with Los Angeles or anywhere else in the world. And some of that long term, I would say there's a short term intervention required there. Quite a lot of these new technologies like Gen AI and artificial intelligence we'll hear more about today and so on, right the way through to virtual production. Some of this technology has been around a while, but it is developing and so disruptive and at pace that it's almost, we have to consider where we are with our existing workforce. That's the interaction and the intervention that's needed right now. But we also need to play a long game. I need a sustainable workforce. I need a mobility in the workforce. Right now we have in our industries what I would call digital unicorns. There are certain people that float around the different companies globally that are very, very hard to find. And because of convergence across game engine technology, across visual effects, they're becoming increasingly required across other sectors also, digital twinning, architecture, and it's becoming more and more difficult. That pushes costs up, that pushes labour costs up. We want people paid well competitively, but we need mobility in the workforce. That isn't just on the island of Ireland, in my case, that is internationally. And, that for us, we have to bring people to Northern Ireland to pull in the level of experience. Studio Ulster can work at any level, it can work at AAA, but also right down to building small, micro and SME companies because of the investment in research and development. So alignment with key agencies, I think Claudetta talked a lot about this, what I think was really interesting this morning, alignment with policy, investment, and then looking at the commercial sector. The commercial sector, we can't, it's not a question of dictating. You design facilities, you design infrastructure with talent, not for talent. And I think that's a really critical piece from our perspective.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very, very good point to note. Thank you for that. Anush, can we come back to you? So with Creative Armenia's incubators and Art Box accelerators, how are you equipping the emerging artists to towards that success, and how do you identify and support high potential talent that doesn't necessarily come from a traditional background?
So with Artbox, the journey started actually with because that was the first incubator, creative incubator in Armenian context. The journey started right from the beginning to develop the system, the ecosystem that would embrace and kind of help the industry experts and the artists and different stakeholders to understand what this is. in the very beginning, I think like 4 years ago when we started, artists didn't even know what the creative incubator would help them do. So it started with teaching and explaining, holding info sessions and breaking it down. But beyond Artbox, there is the other component where we were also equipping the artists with trainings in IP law, because that's also something they needed to learn how to kind of hold and understand their intellectual property rights, as well as the export and import of artworks. And with Artbox, the way that we, in a nutshell, the program is a 8-week incubation with workshops with international mentors. And the mission was to have these mentors come from international background to break the barrier and to help us innovate also the perspectives of the artists, and to help them think bigger, because oftentimes they end up working only in the local context and not really competing or collaborating with the international markets and fields, stages. So that was the purpose of it. And then all throughout the 8-week workshops, they developed their business plans and realized at the end the projects that they worked on. And how to identify the high kind of potential, the potential project is, well, first of all, do they come with their own teams? Do they have an idea that has a potential to reach the market, to have also profitability, which is an important component that we were working on to bring the projects that would have profitability and in a more kind of fundamental way make it clear that art is not just a consumer of the resources of the country, but it can also provide and produce and secure a great turnover. Choosing the projects and the businesses that have that potential to then generate income and revenues, and have strong teams and clear idea and a very future-oriented looking. So that's a clear kind of a green light for us that, okay, these are the teams and these are the projects that can go far. And another thing we were really looking deeply into is how to create the sustainability for these projects, because you can have funding and you can and I know we will talk about it later, I know about that, but you can have funding and you can help projects kind of take ground and move on, but it will all kind of end at some point, the funding, and then what? So it was also important for us to create a system that would encourage the sustainability and for them to think about it from the very beginning. So we're doing this, but what's the next step, and how we can create a system within our work that would make us our work continuous.
And on that particular program, were there key international markets that you were focused on in terms of particular territories, or and were your mentors therefore drawn from those markets, or was it a little bit more responding to the creative drive and then trying to find the markets for those ideas? Which way round did you approach that equation, I guess?
On the European market, so our mentors were coming. The way we chose them, the criteria was, we didn't want just people who were workshop leaders. We wanted people that were coming from the practical field of doing the job, so that was our approach. We focused on the European market. So the UK was one. We had Denmark. We had a professional from Lego House. We had France, Belgium, Latvia, Litva, and countries like that. So it was all spread throughout Europe. And our criteria was choosing people that would have a strong experience in the creative industries and would be on the forefront of innovating it, and so could bring not just theoretical knowledge and just a blueprint of how to do things, but would help and guide these teams and these projects to really succeed at that time.
Thank you. Lavoy, you talked a little bit earlier about obviously how you kind of had to build everything from scratch, pretty much, and have very, very successfully done that. And we sort of touched on AI. What are the other sort of gaps and opportunities you're seeing now, kind of within the talent pipeline, you know, in Macedonia and for your industry in particular?
Well, generally, I don't see people that are aware of how rapidly is progressing artificial intelligence, and it's not just in our industry, but in all the industries. And the moment we are facing right now is how to prepare ourselves for the next 3 to 5 years, because it will be completely different environment that we are in from now. In 3 to 5 years, it will be what you're having as a skill set right now, it will be not important that much. So you have to choose which skill sets are important and to promote them and to invest more in those skill sets and to be prepared for the next, let's say, next period of our life. I think that AI is right now at the, how should I say, just starting like a baby steps that was in the 80s, maybe internet was starting in the 80s. We cannot imagine ourselves 40 years later, we cannot imagine ourselves without internet. In case of like shutdown of electricity or something, there is a panic in the society. That's how big importance the internet has in our lives, everyday lives. If your phone, you have internet, but if your phone is not next to you, you get a panic. You cannot contact anybody, you don't have information about your bills, you don't have a communication with your company, you don't have anything. You're like isolated.
Can't buy anything.
Yeah, so you're isolated. Imagine how important it will be when you also this translate to the artificial intelligence, when you rely on that intelligence to help you. And what kind of skills are needed so you can use it in your favor.
And other than AI, are there any other areas that you're pinpointing that you're thinking that's something that we don't have now that we're really going to need in the next 3 to 5 years?
I think that as I see right now, the problem will be that a lot of technical stuff and a lot of like grounds for building the artist will be wiped out. It will be very difficult to bring new generation of artists because you start with building them for years. It's not just you're becoming a great artist. You have like periods of 4 years, 8 years to get a senior artist. But if you're in your first 5, 6 years, you are completely wiped out because you don't have a relevance. Whatever you can do, artificial intelligence can do it 10 times faster, 10 times better. No one will use you. You will not be employed for that reason. So you get that you have like premium artists that will be very important. Like in orchestra, you have a dirigent. So you need those type of people that are like highly skilled, that can use the artificial intelligence to make great creations. But on the other side, the lower part will be just wiped out. And because right now you have some level of great artists. But that's for now. What will happen in 10 years? Because they will get older, they will go to retire, and there will be nobody behind them to replace them because the new generation will not get to that level because they don't have that experience. And will not have a chance to get that experience. For me, that's the biggest issue right now, how we prepare for that middle range, how to skip that. You cannot skip middle range. Yeah,
no, that's an interesting point. It's whether you can fast track people to that point or not. But you know, we have to. I said to somebody last night over dinner, "What's the things that we're hopeful about?" So on that point, you know, we touched on this slightly earlier in terms of you talking about creating an inclusive culture where people felt that you know that they had peers around them that they could relate to. But for all of you, what are the other things that you think kind of influence whether people go or stay? Because obviously we all need the workforce. We know with a peripatetic freelance community that people will leave and go elsewhere if the conditions, are not right. And we've touched on some of those conditions in terms of good work as well. But what are the things, Anush, can I start with what makes people go or stay?
So in the context, you mean the experts and the workforce?
In terms of creative talent in general, I guess, what are the factors that attract somebody to a certain place or and retain them, which is obviously critical.
Well, I think like the opportunities in the Armenian context, if there is a certain level that you excel at, and then there is like the industry doesn't hold any more opportunities for you, that's when those people would leave. But on the other hand, if you have more entrepreneurship skills, those would keep you in the country, and so there is, I would say there is a lot of potential for creative entrepreneurship. If you have that in you, you would stay and you would be the leader of a certain industry. So there is a lot of that, but how to keep them, how to retain that is to always invest in the innovation. And so AI is one, and other technologies. So we are always, from our side, we're bringing in conversations with high-tech ministry, Ministry of Economy, and all these other stakeholders to kind of define a policy that would help to bring this innovation and keep it. So whether that's through programs or whether that's from finding the infrastructure and the opportunities for the future, that would really engage different cohorts of artists and help them stay. But it needs to be continuous because, right now you see there are like a short period of time when the market and the industry is active, and then it kind of may die down, and then there is again another reawakening. But it needs to be continuous, and those people, I also believe in empowering people to kind of become the future leaders. And so, if you are supporting someone or a group that to really achieve and be empowered and be an innovator, it's then up to them to continue that cycle and to create a chain. So, like a ripple effect, you may say. So yeah, I also do believe that we always look at the artists as creative ambassadors also for their country and for the industry. So yeah, including them in that conversation and creating a kind of wider community is also important.
And Milvoy, obviously you're running a business, you're not a policymaker, but businesses obviously have to kind of deal with brain drain and people going elsewhere. So what from a company perspective, what can you do to I guess create the conditions that make people want to stay?
Yeah, usually brain drain is a classical form of something happening in this Balkan region, especially. It was due to the better economic situation in the European countries or the over the seas in Canada. But lately, in the last 2 years, we are getting more and more people getting back because the situation in those developed countries are getting worse and worse. We have 3 persons come from Canada and 3 or 4 persons come from Europe because the salaries are not that great, because let's say that our salaries is half of the salaries in Germany or UK. But on the other side, with that half, in Macedonia, you will live 5 times better life than the same double salary in Germany or UK, or in Canada is even worse. So they figure out that going there and living there like students, they get a great jobs, they get great salaries, but they still can afford just student life with those salaries. Even if they're well paid, but the expenses and everything is high. So one is economic side of it. So people are coming back generally from these developed countries because developed countries are now in stagnation. on the other side, there is also what can you offer them as an artist, as a creative. So that's another side. If they don't feel, how should I say, if they don't feel that you're giving them enough freedom or giving them enough space to develop themselves, they will also lose the interest. So great projects are always very important. That's why we are investing a lot into new technologies. And some of the projects we are doing are completely non-commercial projects that we are just testing things. And they're more interested working on those projects than actually on the projects, because we are making money on the commercial projects, but we are keeping the people on these creative projects that are actually investment in some future or education. So is balancing the in the industry. Yeah, if you're running a business, you have to balance.
Yeah, I mean that's really reflective of what you were saying earlier, isn't it, Declan? It's not just about the economic incentive, the financial incentive. People are storytellers and creators. So
yeah, it is that, you know, the Irish are good travellers. We're everywhere. I think honestly, if they colonised the moon, the first bar there would probably be an Irish bar. But there's a world where we have an international workforce now, like everywhere else in the world. And I think, you know, going back to what I said earlier on, it is about infrastructure. They want to be able to work in the best facilities in the world. They want the infrastructure isn't just about capital builds. It's also about how they feel supported to do what they do, what the project look like, and then that's about trajectory. This is this idea that they need to understand that there's a future for them in this space. And also, you know, in our case, we invested $100 million in Studio Ulster. That is a unique building globally right now. It combines 3D, 4D volumetric scanning. It has motion capture stages. It has really advanced in-camera visual effects stages. They want to see that there's opportunities there and how that technology can be applied. We're seeing new projects come out of a facility like ours now that couldn't be made before because it all sits under one roof. And this is technologies that kind of exist in different iterations all around the world. And so they're getting to work on some of the very best projects in the world in Northern Ireland. And that's a critical piece. It's about visibility. They see now an industry that's aspirational for the generation that are still at university or still at school. But there is a horizon there for them that says you don't need to leave. You actually can get to work on some of the very best projects globally right here. And I think while we can continue that critical mass, that's interesting, because if we don't, you know, we will lose. They will move to creative and hubs or busy hubs. You know, some people say you want to build the best facilities in the world. I don't. I'd like to build the busiest, you know, the ones that people are getting to work on, very cool projects. That will keep a critical mass of people in place if the utility's high, because then they can pay the mortgage, they can pay the rent, they can pay whatever it is that they need to do and have a good quality lifestyle. And that is the culture. The culture then is, who are they working with? You know, is there a culture that's like-minded? Do they get an opportunity to create? And I don't disagree with that point. You know, quite a lot of my teams they'd be very excited about research and development. And that is also something we haven't touched on, because that is critical also for looking at the future. I would take a slightly different view around things like artificial intelligence. You know, rather than riding a wave and kind of waiting to see what happens here, we need to take control of that. This is an industry that has always been full of innovators. We need to step in and say, well, this is the trajectory that we want to build for this. How does that look? And, you know, even within organizations like the British Film Institute, we've set up a new subgroup called Future Production. That is about creatives. Rather than saying we don't want to deal with this and we don't want to see this happening, is actually, where are the opportunities? What is the thought leadership around that? How do we, as an industry, shape this? There are huge opportunities, and much of it points towards empowering creativity. It isn't necessarily that we will change the weighting of jobs. Things will change unquestionably. Where the jobs are will change, but enabling technology to tell stories, iteration might even indeed save many of our VFX companies who are struggling because of change and iterative change, where we build in things like automation and automative tools and so on. And so there are worlds there where there is opportunity, always in change. Disruption brings opportunity. I think as an industry, for us, we have got to get in, put our face in the wind and really understand. But if we do not have the workforce that can unlock that for us, then we get boxed off and we wait for the change, and we wait for other countries to innovate, and we wait for other parts of the world to come and tell us this is how this is done. All of the countries represented in this room have the capability to do this. We need to invest in it, though. We need to build strong training programs that are that are not necessarily about what it will look like. I don't back into the workforce that had to step away. That's also then thinking about, and something we've touched on already, sustainability. How do we sustain this industry and how do we sustain the growth? Because we need different types of people, but that diversity is what we've always been about, but we need to really embrace that now.
Thank you for that. I think that's a brilliant point to finish on. I know I've not got through anything like all of my questions, but I think we're probably out of time. But I think that challenge of, we've heard some incredible stories of how people have grown the sector in some cases from nothing, with the investment support, with new and innovative models, but I guess the challenge now is for all of us, how do we take that next step forward, the next step in growth, and how do we take control of the future proofing of that, not letting other people come in and tell us how to do it, because that regional focus and knowing that we're working with and representing our communities is absolutely key. Thank you. It's been such a fascinating discussion and really interesting to hear such a diverse range of stories about the work that you've been doing. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you all, really. What a rich conversation. And I think wherever we're working, we are nothing without people and creative talent, and all of your stories said that very loudly. And I think segues very well into what Sam Michelle is going to come and talk to us about. Which is some quick insights into some research out of the Beyond conference in 25 about the creator economy. So Sam, over to you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thanks everybody for coming. I put the timer on because I realised that I am the last person between you and lunch. So I will definitely have an incentive for all of us to keep this very quick. I'm one of the directors of Beyond Studio. We produce the Beyond conference, and I've seen some people here who have visited us in the past. And I would love it if some of those who haven't been before would like to come next year. We're in Salford from the 24th to the 26th of November. If you've not been before, we have 1,000 people join us from business, creative, policymakers, researchers, artists, from a whole range of nations, including lots that are represented here. We had over 35 last year, and that's largely to our partnership with the British Council. And we work very closely with lots of UK-based research institutions. If you want more info, there's a QR code. We love a QR code. There's a QR code with a report of lots of information about Beyond on the screen. In previous years, we've covered things like AI and sustainability and creative cities. And I wanted to tell you a little story about what's happening this year. So we were looking around, casting around, working out what we were going to cover, what themes would resonate the most. And my kids inspired me slightly. They don't watch TV. They're on TikTok. They're on YouTube. And when I look at their friends as well, their media consumption is completely different from anything that I consume. And they talk about people I've never heard of who have huge followings. I'm like, what do you refer to these people as? And they're influencers. And the first thing that comes to mind when I think of an influencer is somebody, posing to a camera. Get ready with me while I do something. Or some stunt where I'm pouring ice water over my head. So I thought, I know what. Where do you go to find out what someone is online? You go to a large language model and you ask it to draw you a picture of what it thinks content creators are, because that's the average of everything, right? I'm not sure that's very good, and the guys in the corners look really cross. So I tried again, and it got even blander. So I thought this doesn't really represent the breadth of content creators. There must be better, so I went for language instead. So Adobe have a report out in 2020, and they were talking about content creators, a very generic description, and then Wikipedia has a very generic description. And then I thought, what I'll do is I'll ask ChatGPT to look at those and add in creative economy, and it comes up with a third one, which I think is probably a good description. And then pondering it a little bit more, thinking, that's weird. That sounds a lot like everybody who works in the creative economy, artists, people working in film and TV, and where do these worlds coincide and what size are they? So we started looking at the research, and this is what we found. Now, these are the stats on this slide are from the two bottom ones, looking at the size of the creator economy are from 2022 in YouTube's case and 2023 in TikTok's case. And as you'll all be very aware, both of those platforms have grown absolutely enormously in that short period of time. So those 70,000 jobs and 3 billion contribution to the UK economy is probably a factor of 3 or 4 times bigger now, maybe even more. The thing is, we don't know because there's no research that covers that at this moment. So one of the things that we've been doing is starting to look and argue and try and convince people to do more research in this sector to find out who these people are and what they're up to and what motivates them, what skills they have, what demands they have, and what impact that might have on policy making. So I wanted to talk about these guys very briefly. I won't go through the stats because they're on the screen, but it's an interesting homegrown story of a group who started out messing about on online games in 2013 and started streaming on Twitch. And you may or may not have come across them before, but what you can see is that over the last 10 years or so, they have built a fairly substantial media company and a cross-media company as well. So not only are they on YouTube and TikTok, but they're also now on TV. So actually, if you are interested in an insight into the creator economy, it's worth having a look at the Sidemen documentary on Netflix, which talks about their whole story. It's really well made and shows the growth of the group and the challenges that they faced as well. What I find also interesting is how that group has moved like a more traditional media company and developed side ventures. They've gone into merchandise, restaurants, and so on. It's worth having a look at just seeing that impact. I was thinking about this and thinking, let's skip this for time, how is the more traditional establishment industry responding to this? And I think there's 2 really interesting examples. So Goalhanger, if you've not come across them before, was started by a very famous footballer in the UK called Gary Lineker, and the former controller of sport at ITV and one of the producers at BBC Radio 5. So very traditional media folk. And they started off making sports documentaries. And only 3 years ago, they started making podcasts. And now they have the top 4 podcasts in the UK's 10, and they do 40 million downloads a month. So by contrast, BBC Sounds does 100 million downloads per month. So they are a substantial company in 3 years' time and that wouldn't have existed before. Channel 4 launched a little while back a new strategy to transfers. They saw the big streamers come along and take over large chunks of their market. You see the ad market drop and the challenges for traditional TV broadcasters. Developed 4.0. Actually, I'm not sure. They keep changing the name, but I think it's 4.0 at the moment, where they would look, as you can see, to move a big chunk of their viewership and therefore revenue online. And they started with short-form content. And you can see they're having substantial success in making that work for them. What I think is really interesting with that movement is how they've just started commissioning TV-length projects with their audience in mind that's going out on YouTube. And you can see the shift from traditional TV broadcast into YouTube. And it's very focused on that content creator type of market. So I think these are some of the opportunities that I can see that we're going to get into at Beyond particularly. I think there's a really interesting perspective for policymakers and for people working in the traditional creative industries. These 2 worlds are beginning to come together as we see people who have developed projects and art on streaming platforms and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram move into more traditional settings. I see this happening in the location-based entertainment world. And it also, the removal of gatekeepers has decentralized the access to large audiences for people who can create on YouTube, for example, without having a TV commissioner or a funder in the way of them actually being able to do stuff. I think from a policy perspective, there's also some really significant challenges in that if all those platforms that I mentioned, they're controlled by massive tech companies, 2 US, 1 Chinese, and that has some interesting and challenging policy issues for us long term. I think on the skills front as well, there's lots of skills locked up in academic institutions that the content creators don't have access to. Those 2 worlds are beginning to look at one another, but they're quite separate at the moment. And I think internationally as well, we don't understand yet. We know these are huge global audiences, but we don't understand, for example, how the UK audience accesses the world and what impact it has on the rest of the world through those different platforms. So that's a little insight into our thinking at the moment. Like I said, we don't really know that much at the moment. We think, and our gut tells us, and the stats that we can find tell tell us that this is a huge change in the creative economic landscape and is likely to be more significant as time goes on. And hopefully we'll have a lot more research to talk about in November. Did I mention it's the 24th to the 26th of November in Manchester? We would welcome you all. In fact, we've got a sample of the weather for you today, just so you get used to it. There is no medieval alleyways in Manchester, at least not as far as I know. But with that, I'd just like to say thank you. Myself, Tara, the other director, will be around. Thank you.
So afternoon part one, we're going to be looking at cultural spaces and places and having various case studies from Serbia, from Scotland, from Ukraine, and then a panel more broadly about the power of placemaking. So I will first of all invite our first speaker up, Ana Ilic, who is the managing director of Serbia Creates and the new Ložnjica space in Belgrade, and is going to talk about how cultural spaces can be transformed into hubs for creativity and collaboration. Ana, you're welcome.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Are we starting with a video, maybe? Okay, great, thanks. Thank you. Ložnjica is, let me explain the name first. It's actually a name for a place that's a railway depot. It's a place where locomotives used to come into to get coal or steam or water to get run. So Ložnjica literally means firing up, starting something up. And as though it was used 100 years ago for firing up locomotives, these days we're turning it into a place to fire up ideas, to fire up the future of creativity, future of innovation, future of mixture of science and art and technology and business in one physical space, which will be Ložnjica. But let me give you a bit of a background. I'll back up about 7 or 8 years ago. When we first started building Ložnjica, actually I'll run just here to show you what it was like a few years ago when we started reconstructing it. The idea was born 5 years ago, but 2 years ago and a few months we started actually from this point. This is what it was like back then, and this is what it is today. But again, let me back up 7 years ago when at the office of then Prime Minister Ana Brnabić of Serbia, we established a team for creative industries. And to support that team, we established a council for creative industries that consisted of all the most influential, most remarkable people in creative industries in the country to define an action plan how to support and develop creative industries and then also promote them internationally from Serbia. You see, in Serbia, there were a lot of different initiatives, artists, creatives, but it was all scattered. It was all over the place. It was never called as a unified sector of creative industries before. It was all arts and culture, but then separately architecture, and then separately IT, and then media, but it was all over the place. Nobody looked at it as a whole one sector. And then we took the first serious look, in-depth look into it, and we did an economic assessment of its economic impact on the economy of Serbia. And we realized that they actually contributed 7% to the economy, to the GDP of Serbia. They employed over 120,000 people. Nowadays, it's already more than 150,000 people. That they employed more than half of the people were women, basically, and 70% highly educated young people between 25 and 44 years of age. So we saw a real great potential in the industry, but there was no unifying narrative about it, and which is why we came up with this platform and brand called Serbia Creates, which stood for Serbia Creates Film, Serbia Creates Art, Serbia Creates Music, and then also spread into Serbia Creates Talent, Opportunities, Innovation, and so on. So the next few years, we worked a lot with a number of artists and creatives and innovators and even scientists all over the country on a number of different projects with all of the stakeholders, and we especially supported their promotion or their work outside of the country to promote Serbia as a modern country of the 21st century. But while doing that, we realized that actually we needed a physical space to put all these people together, like a melting pot, like a crossroads, like a mixture point where they would all come with their ideas and then create something completely new. And then we saw this old depleted railway building, and we realized this seems a perfect spot to be used for our creative hub. So what used to run the second industrial revolution in Serbia will now run the fourth, or actually even the fifth industrial revolution in our country and the entire region, because there is nothing similar in the region. So this started 2 years ago, and now it's almost over, and we expect to open it in the fall. All the construction work is over. It consists basically of several buildings. The Roundhouse, which is the actually creative hub. The water tower, this is an 100-year-old water tower that's very significant for the citizens of Serbia. We are turning it now into a multimedia immersive exhibition space. The outdoor area where we had a turntable, but now this will be a stage for events, conferences, concerts, all sorts of performing arts. And we had the new business building, which is the government's Office of IT and e-government, also Center of Digitization for the government of Serbia, and management of Ložionica, of course. This is the center where there will be always dialogue between the public, the private business sector, and the government on all things digital and future. We'll also have Institute of AI of the government of Serbia joining us there. Inside, this is a very multifunctional space. It will have a restaurant, a beautiful black box multifunctional room for 700 seats, an exhibition hall, and a lot of small places for education, for workshops, fab labs, incubators, concept store, a small conference room, practice room, and so on. We'll also have a podcast studio and an AV studio, and so on. So a very multifunctional space with all the glass walls so that it's all transparent, it's see-through, people can come and see others working, can feel invited to join in, and they can work and create new projects in the space here. This is the exhibition space with lots of light, lots of daylight. The multifunctional space, again, for conferences, fashion shows, theater, art, music, trade shows, and so on. The F&B area inside and outside, and the park outside to be used also for all sorts of activities, activations, but also concerts and big events. The water tower, again, with the inside for immersive exhibitions, and the business building. Now, we are at the point where this was about a year ago. Now we are already done. This is the front facade, also protected by the government's Office of Monuments Protection. So the whole building is very significant for Belgrade, for the capital of Serbia, because it's in the center of a new urban development by the waterfront, and it's the first in this big area that is committed to arts and culture, basically, and creative industries and innovation. So the whole area is a big urban development with lots of residences and residential spaces, and they need more content within their local area. And this is what we will create. But not only for the neighborhood, it's also for the entire city, but also for the entire country and the region. This is a true government, big capital government project. Government of Serbia invested 63 million euros to do the reconstruction of the building and build the new building. But we set up a government-founded company to manage the facility further on. We have a business plan for the next 5 years to make it self-sustainable. And it will be run by an experienced group of people, mostly Serbia Creates team, to make all the programs and work with a number of partners. Our idea is to have tenants that are not just using the space for their business, but also to be partners and to contribute with their programs to our overall program and vision. And the vision is to make this a melting pot, really, of arts, culture, creativity, IT or tech, business and science. So there are no real lines between those sectors and those activities, but they all work together here and create something very new and create the future of Serbia and drive it, basically. It is also crucially important for us to be very well internationally connected, which is why we've worked with the British Council from the very beginning of the entire endeavor. We will also have a big partner inside, which is the American Resource Center of the American Embassy in Belgrade. We're doing programs together, and they'll have their own little space inside. We're also working with the French government and the French Center from Paris, Center of 104. They're our partners and mentors, currently transferring their knowledge to us, helping us set up the business and run programs in the future. And we are very also proud of having established last year a regional network between Western Balkans countries, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia or Republika Srpska, Montenegro, Albania, and did I mention Slovenia? I'm not sure. But we all established a network of similar initiatives and spaces to work together, exchange artists, experience, and knowledge. So this is in short about Ložionica. I'll be happy to answer your questions whenever possible. But please come as of fall to visit us there and help us build this new community, this new ecosystem in Serbia in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna. Congratulations. We now actually have a special address because one of our speakers who was supposed to join us, Deepa Manclair, has not been able to travel for health reasons, but she has sent through a video message in lieu of her presentation in person. So I think we're going to go to that now and show that. And she is reflecting on what does it mean to create at the intersection of place, identity, and technology.
Hi, everybody. I'm really sorry not to be with you in person, but delighted to have this opportunity to share this presentation pre-recorded. So my name is Deepa Manclair. I am the XR lead with Atlantic Institute, the CEO of Neon, an artist, visiting professor in immersive futures, director of the Belfast XR Festival, and a non-executive director. So, in my 5-minute presentation today, I'm going to share how living in Belfast has shaped not only my creative journey, but how place, identity, and technology intersect to drive inclusive innovation. And when I talk about XR, I am referring to the umbrella term of emerging technologies, which includes virtual, augmented, and mixed realities. And we cannot talk about XR without also talking about co-design, equality, diversity, and inclusion. These are values that must underpin and lie at the heart of the worlds that we create. So a question that drives my work is, how can we use augmented reality, i.e. AR, to transform digital spaces into platforms for positive action, while enabling fluid movement between the physical and virtual worlds? AR street art begins to answer this. It turns city walls into interactive canvases that spark dialogue, challenge perceptions, and invite community participation in reimagining the public space. And the story is based on deep love street art, which is found in the heart of Belfast. So by layering interactive, context-aware content onto real-world environments, AR fosters deep connections to place, to amplify underrepresented voices and inspire civic engagement. Projects like AR street art exemplify this shift. They turn static urban services into dynamic canvases for storytelling, for protest, and cultural expression. Now, these digital interventions not only animate public spaces, but they also invite participation. They reimagine the streets as inclusive, evolving forums for dialogue and collective imagination. And now AR street art has been integrated into live street art tours. And this has enhanced the traditional tourism experiences. So visitors using their phones to reveal hidden stories, animations, and soundscapes embedded within murals. They bring the city's walls to life and offer a deeper understanding of local histories and social movements. So AR Peace Wall is a twinning project between Belfast and Hiroshima. It uses the crane, a global symbol of peace, as its central motif. And the experience commemorates the profound human and environmental loss of the atomic bombing, which claimed the lives of 650,000 people. And it commemorates the Troubles, where 3,000 lives were lost. But before explaining what AR Peace Wall does, it's important to understand why it was created. Now, in Northern Ireland, space is a deeply contested and politicized concept. The peace lines, also known as peace walls, are physical barriers that separate Catholic and Protestant communities, a legacy of decades of conflict. There are 97 peace walls which stretch over 21 miles across Belfast and Northern Ireland. And they symbolize both division and the complex journey towards reconciliation. So AR Peace Wall explores peace building digitally. And it tells the story of a little boy on the morning of the atomic bomb. And at its core, this story explores the diverse paths taken towards peace building and the extraordinary resilience of life, even in the face of heat 40 times greater than that of the sun. It is ultimately a story of survival and hope. But what excites me most about AR is its ability to transform how we remember history in public spaces, shifting power by capturing and sharing collective memory. AR offers new ways to engage with the past, democratize space, and foster deeper education and connection in the very places that we move through each and every day. but with no current regulations defining ownership of digital space anchored in the physical world, AR remains open and accessible to everyone. This makes it a really powerful tool, especially in the realm of social justice. So thank you for listening today. Please take a note of my email address, deepa@discoverneon, and reach out if there is anything in my presentation today that resonated with you. And please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. Hi, everybody.
We're so sorry not to have Deepa here in person. So if anyone does want to connect, please do let us know, and we can help to make that connection directly to her. We're going to travel now from the north of Ireland over back to Scotland and invite back to stage Gillian Eason from Creative Dundee, who's going to talk to us about Dundee's creative ecosystem and that connection between community and policy making. And Gillian, the stage is yours, please.
Hello again. It's lovely to be back. So I thought I'd bring our community, some of our community with me today, so welcome to Creative Dundee. I'm going to tell you a bit more about what we've been doing over the years with the organisation. And here's the temperamental clicker, it's all good. So just very briefly a bit about Dundee and myself. So yes, it's a city that's on the northeast coast of Scotland. I'm not going to read this all out word for word. It's got a really vibrant video games cluster, so had the first video games course in the UK about 35 years ago, and it still continues to be a really great location for games businesses. We are the UK's only UNESCO City of Design. We've got big old V&A Dundee base here, and yeah, as I said earlier, the creative industries are the key sector in the city. So it's a really small, ambitious, Declan mentioned punching above the weight kind of vibe city. My background is in design, innovation, creative entrepreneurship, startups. I really got disillusioned with growth for growth's sake in about the financial crisis time. Giving out lots of cash investment to startups is great, but once that dries up, then all you're left with is people and a place trying to do their thing. So I started a blog called creativedundee.com and just started populating it with stories that were happening in my city. Now, I didn't do this at that point in time forever. I was doing this on top of my day job, but about 10 years ago, it was other people that started to say to me, that Creative Dundee thing that you do is quite interesting, maybe you should do more of it. So inspired by other people, I have been on a journey of establishing Creative Dundee, which is now a charity. And we are an organisation that is increasingly difficult to define, but we're a network organisation with some kind of whistles and bells now that we've been going a little bit longer. And we're increasingly working at the intersection of other big challenges that our city and our world is facing, so climate justice, future of our high streets, health and well-being, etc. So we predominantly run events, projects, and we have a digital platform. And I'm just going to briefly touch on them. So in terms of our public engagement, I think this comes up a lot about how do you bring the public along on the journey with you as a in the journey of creative economy work. So one of the ways we like to do it is crowdsourcing. It's a really good way of us engaging with the public, quite a light touch way. And we've been producing this little guide, 99 Things to See and Do, for a number of years now, and it's just simply a Google form. There's no magic in it. It's just simply a Google form that we actively promote, get people to kind of contribute into, and then we curate and collate into this little guide. And it's a really popular little thing. So universities use it for new freshers coming to the city. NHS sometimes uses it to recruit, that's National Health Service, sometimes use it to recruit people to move to the city. The cultural organisations all stock it. And it's just a lovely way of boosting civic pride, which we find is really important at Creative Dundee. Another thing that you probably have come across, Pecha Kucha Night. So we run the largest Pecha Kucha in the UK, and it's basically a speed presenting format, a wee bit similar to what you're experiencing today. Again, a really democratic way of hearing from a bunch of different people on one night. So there's no keynote speakers, which is a joy. Everybody's got the same amount of time. Love it. And what I love about it is the audience is incredibly diverse. You know, you've got purple here from one end of the age spectrum to purple here at the other end of the spectrum. And then we have our digital platform. So that is a really active place. That's our venue, as it were, because we're a very nomadic organisation. And we prioritise individuals, grassroots activities, and really prioritise representation and access. So we like to speak about scaling deep. Yeah, you can scale out, you can scale up, but scaling deep, changing the culture of our place. So we have an AMPS network who financially contribute to the organisation. We create a community ideas fund, so that gets redistributed back out to the community. People pitch their ideas to the other AMPS and they vote. We run quite a significant fund for Creative Scotland, the arts funding body in Scotland, which is about establishing and enabling other existing creative networks to grow. And then we have Fabric, which is a sort of peer learning programme for creative practitioners, mainly around like social and climate justice. So some of the chunkier stuff that we've been more involved with recently, as I say, Future of the High Streets work. So HatWorks, we acknowledged, like has been referenced quite a lot today, the challenge of space to make, perform, share, etc. is just not there. So we've been working with our local authority, local government, and property owners on how we can change that system. It's really slow, as you will all know, but we're getting there. Cultivate was our project that resourced creative practitioners to be at the heart of communities, particularly during COVID and the never-ending pandemic that we saw. And Dundee Changemakers Hub has been the legacy from that project, which has been a project that we worked with 4 other social enterprises to kind of attract quite a significant chunk of Scottish Government funds to enable us to drive work in communities with skills, tools, and we ran a pilot project around community journalism for young people. And it's all, again, about social justice and about raising voices and the storytelling that, again, we've heard quite a lot about today, which has been great. So yes, we're a hyper-local community, but we absolutely need to be looking outwards, and we always are. And I'm just so inspired by everything I've heard today. Thank you so much for everybody for sharing. So yeah, we very much see it as mutual sharing of knowledge, methods, and tools. So this is some of the work that we've done. I think actually maybe some of the delegates today are pictured in the Turkey photo. Anyway, so we love actually working alongside fellow partners elsewhere, and some of the things that we've done along the way include working on creative hubs and the Connections Through Culture project, which I believe is live just now. So just to sort of wrap up, I believe in shaping policy from the ground up. We do a lot of advocacy. I've mentioned some of this stuff already, so I'll not labour it, but yeah, we're increasingly doing a lot on fair work, on advocating on behalf of budget cuts, which is a tricky territory to navigate if you get some public funding, but we do it, I think, relatively well. We developed Dundee's first creative industry strategy, and we're always in the process of expanding and growing, so yeah, storytelling is really critical to that, as are the creative practitioners that tell those stories. So how we commission people to kind of create the stories, whether that be filmmaking, whether that be illustration. And we have a tool that we've kind of been using along the way, live audits, that give us a really rapid feedback loop from participants, either at events or online. So yeah, recommendations, I guess, for policymakers maybe in the room and beyond. I do truly believe in funding at the intersection of social, cultural and economic outcomes. That will take us much further, faster together. I think investing in creative networks and not just institutions is wise. I think it's wonderful to see the breadth of organisations here, and it's quite uncommon, to be honest, that I'm not in a room that is just lots of cultural venues So I think sector development organisations, creative network organisations, they're really critical to the fabric and the ecosystem of our places. Embedding creative practitioners in policy design and not just simply consultation, I think is really, really critical. Fairness, place-based leadership. Yeah, I think hyper-local place-based leadership is really critical. You know, we're going to hear from an incredible speaker next, and we're going to hear, I think, about the resilience of our places. And I think hyper-local places will have to become the kind of resilient communities of our future. In the UK and around the world, we've seen like cyber terrorism really take down all the big brands. You know, it's the local communities that are going to keep us going long term. And for me, yeah, scaling deep, so getting under the culture, the fabric culture of our places at a human scale will be really critical for systemic change and real growth. And yes, here are a couple of things that people have said over the years. Thank you so much to those policymakers. Policymakers, don't underestimate like how important and how much it keeps small organisations going to have their names attached to big policy things. It absolutely keeps us going. And yeah, I really look forward to the continued conversations over today and tomorrow. And thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you, Gillian. Wow, so much there. I think that will really, really resonate with a lot of us in the room. And as you said, we have another incredible speaker next. So I would like to invite to the stage Alexander Veseleny, who is Director of the Department of City Marketing and Tourism from Vinnytsia in Ukraine. Welcome, Alexander.
Good afternoon, and I'd like to thank to the British Council, CIM Forum, and the Beyond Studio for such an inspiring event, and for providing me and us, Ukraine, the opportunity to be heard from the stage. But not only the experience of Vinnytsia, which I represent with 400,000 people living in it, but also other Ukrainian cities which are present here near us, namely Lutsk, Kosiv, Ternopil, and Kyiv. So having a voice on this stage is a chance to tell you about what we've been through, and also hear how our experience resonates with your expertise and your vision. If we look at the core topic, core concept of today's topic, resilient placemaking, I think it can be considered as one of the least explored in the theory of creative industries and urban development. Globally, resilience often conjures images of preparing for disasters, social unrest, or climate changes, and it speaks to maintaining stability in basic needs, but also in a deeper human level. In the context of Ukraine, you might recall the images and the familiar events of the Chernobyl catastrophe or the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam. These disasters, alongside their immense humanitarian consequences, teach us also about what comes next with affected territories, the people, and environments. As we see in these cases, nature demonstrates greater resilience and ability to recover than the human soul. The reason for this probably lies in the rapid replacement of damaged processes and with new ones, sometimes very predictive, but sometimes very creative. So can our cities and communities prepare for challenges of such scales? The city of Vinnytsia, which is considered to be the cradle of decentralization in Ukraine, has become a leader in strengthening the role of local self-government during the past 2 decades. This is also reflected in a continuous tradition of urban development, planning and strategizing for over 10 years by now. To dispel the impression that this list suggests more multiplication of documents rather than concrete actions, here's just one eloquent fact for you. For 7 consecutive years, Vinica has been recognized by its residents as the most livable and cozy city in Ukraine, which we are still very proud of. But at the same time, the comfort zone, let's call it, can lead to a decline in the ability to think outside the box and to innovate. So let's say coziness equals laziness. And as we embarked on a new strategic cycle aiming to brand Vinica as the city of ideas, we confronted a vital question. What is the creative sector's true role in shaping our urban fabric, our economy, and the very bonds between the people? This led to our bold 2030 strategic goal, a vibrant city, the path to transforming Vinica into a dynamic yet balanced and still very livable community through culture, tourism and creativity. Our collaborations, public, civic, private, have propelled us onto Ukraine's creative and festival map, boosting the event, tourism, and also earning us multiple cultural and tourism awards. Nestled in the heart of Ukraine, just 250 kilometers from Kyiv, the capital, we became a magnet for artists, managers, and opinion leaders who seek new frontiers of the so-called cultural decentralization. However, the start of the invasion on February 24th, 2022, plunged representatives of our sectors, as much as all another, into a profound existential crisis. But instead of shattering, our established horizontal connections became lifelines. So we sheltered war-affected Ukrainians, distributed thousands of tons of humanitarian aid, and rushed to impact sites to feed rescuers and clear rubble, just as I think most of those who sit here did also. The first year of aggression, with its relentless energy infrastructure shelling, taught us resilience at every agonizing step. So social cultural facilities were transformed into shelters and points of unbrokenness, having a chance to stay during air raids or blackouts, where people found worth, power, and vital community support. City tours, for example, became a tool for integrating internally displaced persons and later veterans, helping them return to social activity during rehabilitation. It's no coincidence that the biggest achievement in tourism for our city is the launch of the official branch of Camino de Santiago from Vinica, and over 500 pilgrims by now have walked it, finding mindfulness and healing on their journeys. These hundreds of initiatives erupted spontaneously, driven by a fierce desire to fill the void created by constant stress and existential threat. Yet we faced the familiar public debate, what we call, let's say, the time is not proper for this, or in Ukrainian it's called "ne na chasi", meaning that the state or local budgets, expenditures, sponsorship, philanthropy, or crowdfunding must be prioritized for, of course, supporting defense forces and humanitarian needs. In this situation, many cultural activists have nothing left but to once again refer to an iconic yet fake quote by Churchill: "What are we fighting for then, if not for culture?" As you can see, our nation's admiration to British figures extends beyond Boris Johnson. So, yeah, we like this fake quote very much. But what did our city do instead? With research and focus group data already in hand from the EU for Culture program, which helped us develop our cultural strategy, we refused to postpone this document, this cultural development strategy, until after the victory. Instead, we shaped it to forge a new quality of a cultural policy in the city, prioritizing safety, inclusion, education, and of course the support of new initiatives. The first rule of any policy is to be data-driven, and we as the students of British Council courses know that data is often very elusive in the creative economy, especially in Ukraine, you have to believe me. But we gave it a try, and last year, for the first time, we reached out to the tax authority, tracking the dynamics of creative business entities, excluding the IT, because it has a very large scale in our city, so it's not much representative when we look out to the creative industries, and their tax contributions to our local budget over 3 years of aggression. The results were not just surprising, they were exhilarating, yet still 1.5% of our budget, this is a visible growing presence in our local economy. So is the time not proper for culture? I'd like to highlight just briefly how the art spaces founded during the aggression in Vinica are reshaping audience relationships and expanding markets for creative products and also the values which they give to the society. The most poignant example is the Heroes bookstore, founded by a family of Mykola Rachok, a fallen Ukrainian soldier and a philologist from Vinica, like a testament to memory and resilience in every corner of this bookstore, every presentation or reading, and every book club. Actually, during the war, over 100 new bookstores have opened in Ukraine, 3 in Vinica alone, because Ukrainians are reconnecting with their culture through reading. So in our case, the municipality of Vinica now co-finances up to 70% of new local publications, ensuring also their promotion. The next example, the Etnochari ceramic space, also founded by a local couple, champions traditional art and contemporary pottery of Podylia. Beyond exhibitions and craft sales, they offer also art therapy for the war-affected individuals. And recently, working with a local rehabilitation center and the city council, they launched Ukraine's first pottery school for visually impaired veterans, not just for psychological recovery, but to foster their economic independence in the future with new skills and occupation. The true heart of our cultural transformation is the tiny pitch space with only just 2 basement rooms. It's really a vibrant hub for independent artists and musicians, a place for art sales and a training ground for creative industries. The Ply Art Association, who operates this place, is indispensable in our cultural innovation, from underground concerts through interdisciplinary educational courses to integrating displaced artists. They become key to our local cultural strategy over the past 5 years. As demand for larger independent spaces grew, the Montage Gallery emerged, which fosters curatorial excellence, multimedia and performative projects, and residencies sparked with new product creation. It's a location like with few others within shopping malls, so it comes to us the idea that we should dedicate a municipal building, a bigger one, to a future culture innovation center. Why now? Because institutionalizing cultural innovations across diverse themes is vital for building horizontal connections and solidifying our local identity. But even thousands of square meters in this building, which we have already chosen, are not our limits. Since 2019, the city and activists has been revitalizing a neglected state summer camp, which is now municipal property. This is now the so-called Sun Territory, a unique portal in the city, on the city's outskirts, leading to a magnificent forest, rocks, and a river. If you're a fan of broken windows theory, that's the place in Vinica you definitely have to visit. Yet over 6 years, we've hosted dozens of artistic, ecological, tourist and urban weekends. Thousands have flocked here, ready to co-create, volunteer, and shape this 4-hectare space. Last year, expert residencies solidified the holistic concept for Sun Territory as a center for recovery, culture, and ecology, focusing on arts, eco-education, physical and mental practices, and creative product development. The essence is to fill the space with meaning, activities, and locations that harmoniously coexist with nature and our neighbors. So we believe this is how nature will help the human soul heal faster too. Vinica is now on the verge of launching major infrastructure projects for our city's creative economy, such as the Crystal Innovation Park for startups, the Center for Cultural Innovation, Sun Territory, and an art shelter. None of these ambitious projects would be possible during wartime without articulating the clear needs of our residents and securing the unwavering support of businesses, donors, and partners. Their decision to invest in the unwavering support and these processes is a direct result of our unwavering conviction in the pivotal role of culture and creative industries in resilient placemaking within Ukrainian cities. Wherever you work, wherever you stand, you must be prepared for everything to turn upside down in an instant moment, for ambitious ideas to become impossible or to be put on hold indefinitely. But even in those moments, I urge you to remember the experience of Ukrainian cities during wartime, such as other countries and cities which are still fighting for their freedom. Continue to create, be brave, maintain your resilience. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Alexander. What a rich picture you've painted there. Thank you so much. Were you just about to move this? Okay. We will move to the next panel then. And we will continue on the topic of placemaking. I'll just get out the way. So if I could invite Anush as our chair to come back, please, to the stage. And then we have a new panel for you. Errol Bilbiani from DocuFest, Kieran Sethi from Factory International in Manchester, who has just arrived on the plane. Kieran, great to see you. And Logan Koczynski from DFest in Macedonia. Please come up and join us, and Anush, I will hand over to you to chair the conversation. Okay. We've just found a bracelet. Yeah? Oh, great.
From our colleagues from Ukraine, from Northern Ireland, from Scotland. So now let's dive deeper into the power of placemaking and how it can shift the cultural identity, the urban life, and the innovation of a place. So to do that, here with me are our panelists. Errol Bilibani, head of DocuFest and DocuLab in Kosovo. Here is Kieran Sethi, program manager of Factory International UK, and Logan Koczynski, who is the founder of DFest in Macedonia. So before I jump into the questions, I would like to ask you each to speak about the work that you do, especially connected to the places that they are running in. Let's start with Aaron.
Thank you. It's really great to be here. Well, DocuFest is a cultural organization. I run the educational department of the organization. We work throughout the year to have this 9 days of the festival, which has been running for 24 years now. And when we, in a way, started the festival, we never thought about the placemaking. It was something that came very naturally, and festival turned out, the festival was established because of the venue, because we had this very, very long tradition of cinema going until the late 80s, early 90s, and then, you know, a little bit before the war, and then after the war, the cinema culture kind of ceased to exist. So basically, we wanted to return our cinema culture back. There was this beautiful cinema, Lombardy, in the center of the city that became like our place where the community would gather. So basically, it was not something that we would, in a way, serve to the community, but it was something organizing together with the community. It was 20 films, 3 days, just local people, which in a way also created this sense of identity. And then fast forward 24 years later, it is one of the major film festivals, documentary and short film festivals in the region. It is a source of inspiration for a lot of young people, but most importantly, it gives this sense of identity to our local people. So, I'm very proud to be part of it. And, we have this saying in Prizren, we say Prizren state of mind because of DocuFest.
Wonderful, that's a wonderful saying. Kieran?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm from a place called Manchester. Has anyone heard of Manchester? Yeah? What do you know about Manchester? What do you think the taxi driver said to me when I said I was from Manchester? Manchester United, or sadly now City. I am Manchester United. But I think the thing about Manchester is it's been storytelling for so long. The first industrial city, the first place to break the atom, the first computer. There's always been this narrative. And the company I work for really, I think, built on that. So the company I work for used to be called Manchester International Festival. Some of you may have been there before. It is and still is a festival that takes place every 2 years in Manchester, and one of the kind art. We've had amazing artists come through. We had Yoko Ono in 2019. We had more recently Cillian Murphy from Peaky Blinders do a performance. We even had Kanye West in 2007, but we don't really talk about that anymore. But that still kind of shows that the level of artists we brought to the city. So we started this festival. I say we, I mean I joined in 2020, but the festival started in 2007 officially and built off that idea that Manchester has so much to offer, but we need to bring the international community to our city to really tie it all together. So Manchester International Festival happened 2007 onwards. But then we got a pot of funding from the government to create a new building, a state-of-the-art building, which is now called Aviva Studios. Some of you may have been there. It's an amazing place, and really it was built to kind of rival London. So now our company is called Factory International, which runs Aviva Studios. And to add to the confusion, I work for Factory Academy, which is a department within it. And the whole point of what we do is trying to make art and creativity something which is accessible to people in Manchester. So the work that I do is about making education free, creative education free. People can join our courses, they can learn, develop personally, grow community, but also access space in the building, and hopefully, if they want to, of course, if they want to work in this industry, access jobs. So I've been there for the past 5 years, and I'm really proud to say in those 5 years we've had 1,000 people graduate from our programs, and over 150 of them have accessed paid roles at our company, and many more in the sector. So yeah, looking forward to telling you a little bit more about that today.
Wonderful, thank you. Logan?
Yeah, first of all, I will congrats to Manchester United for a great season. I coming from Macedonia, country where 48 years ago was born creative industry, because my father was called me Login. So from then I decided to follow the road what he showed me, and I opened the company name at Password. So this company, to survive in Macedonia, needs to work more deeper in a creative business, means washing money and stuff like that. So we organize a conference named PIN Conference, also very creative, and it's a conference, showcase conference, where we are coming around 400 or 500 delegates, talking about how to kill AI and how to make money without working. Also, we have 50 artists from 20 different countries who play on that conference, and to make closer our job to the audience, all the panels and concerts are free for the people, and they don't need accreditation like you here. So the older son of Pasford is a Taxirat festival, which means bad destiny, because was born in 1999 when a lot of republics don't want to see each other from ex-Yugoslavia, and that was the first time when the bands from Serbia, Croatia, Albania, Bosnia was played together, and we want to show that the bad destiny can also be just a word. This year is the 27th edition of the festival, and probably is the biggest alternative festival in Skopje, Macedonia, where we have between 15,000 and 20,000 people per year. And our favorite son, it's named D Festival. D Festival because it's happened in Doiran, city forbidden from the government and from the God, where live only 500 voters. And from a, let's say they call city, but from a small village, we make probably the best investment in economy. What can happen in one small city, bringing 10,000-15,000 people per day who come with a big wish to spend all his money on drinks and everything. So this is my short idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, Gillian actually mentioned a really nice term, which is scaling deeper into the community. So doing that, I would like to ask you, each of you, to talk a little about how this placemaking has really reshaped your community. What is the one unique identity, like the point on which you kind of lean into when talking about the cities that you're working in? And how do you keep the balance between like embracing the heritage of the space, but also innovating it for the future generations? So whoever wants to start.
I'm happy to start because, I mean, Factory International was named after Factory Records, which is a famous Manchester record label, which had people like Joy Division, later New Order, a lesser known band but still quite massive, ESG, which was like a punk group from New York. So the whole name and ethos is built on that legacy. But also I think in Manchester we're getting a bit sick of talking about people from the past and talking about bands like Oasis. So it's one of those ones where you want to keep the past to kind of fuel the present, but you need to look for the future. So kind of embedded within our company is the ethos of, well, our mission statement is to invent tomorrow together. So there is a real sort of thing of this is our place to work collectively to create rather than a top-down thing. So for our organisation, there's a lot of initiatives for artist development. So giving money to artists to make their art, giving space in the building for artists to bring their creations to life, creating educational courses to help people develop the professional skills, the networks and the ideas of what they can do, and then the opportunities to go into. So I think it's one of those, we use the place as the kind of like heritage to get people excited. And I mean, growing up in Manchester, before I knew I wanted to work in this sector, I knew that Manchester was a creative place. You hear the stories from your parents about going to the Hacienda. You hear about Manchester and all these kind of things. So it's definitely there, and it also attracts people to the city to want to be creative. So it's kind of built that legacy. But we do need to look to the future to make sure that it's not just a...
That cinema was part of. And then one year we dedicated an entire theme of the festival to change and to, civic resistance and to protect the cinema. Not that we managed to protect the cinema. Cinema was declared as a space of special interest, first by the municipality and then later a space of a cultural heritage. And it's protected by law now, so it cannot be destroyed, so cinema will stay there. And now our Ministry of Culture is also investing into reconstructing it and making it even more functional, so we are going to have a really, really cooler space than we did, but maintaining its original interior. Prizren today has 16 cinemas in total, so basically, from a festival in a city without a functional cinema. We also started using, what city had to offer, the cultural heritage, which was in a way also way to promote our cultural heritage, because it's an old city, from Byzantine Empire to Ottoman Empire, and all the way to date. So we started using the Turkish bath, the old hammam, as a space for discussions, for talks. We started using the river. We would build still a platform on top of the river, so you basically watch a film while the river goes beneath you. We have a fortress where we have 2 screens. We introduced music. We started creating spaces for music, so a lot of concerts, which in a way also diversified our audiences. So we had young and old, coming to watch films and music, and then somebody would take their grandma to a concert, grandma would take her grandchildren to a film. And it was this cohesion, this amazing atmosphere that was created in the city. So basically, as I said earlier, people in Prizren created this identity, but not only in Prizren, throughout Kosovo, because this resistance, civic resistance to protect the cinema created emotion. So in another city, another organization started protecting another cinema, another public space. So it created this motion, and now we can say we have some spaces that can be used for cultural activities and for creative economy. And for the hotels to go back, today Prizren has around 50 hotels. It's a touristic city, so it shows like how a cultural event can affect the cultural tourism, thus bring economic development to a city.
It's so beautiful to see how lack of conventional resources can become a space for innovation. It's great, thank you. Logan?
Factory records, it was just made in abandoned industrial spaces. That's what made the aesthetic, made the music. That's kind of the interesting thing of you find spaces and then organically make from there. Whereas now our organisation has got to a point where we've done that as a city, but now we're purposely making spaces, which is quite an interesting one.
Yeah, great. Logan, do you have anything to?
Not really, because I'm in not good relationship with the cultural heritage, because because Orthodox Church is very angry on me, because the last time when we organized the festival, we do a techno party in his place, and we was very open and say that we'll have a music, but they are angry because I don't say which kind of music. So yeah, it's a small
just
difference.
Tiny detail.
Yeah, details. So, but if I speak about the festivals, yes, we have also a camp for 5,000 people, because the city is very small and don't have a capacity for everybody. We don't try to be just music festivals. We try to have everything what is possible. We try to don't take a business from DocuFest, but also we have a cinema stage. We bring around 30-50 NGOs, and we have sports. We have even the woman who can read your destiny in the future. Usually fail, but she trying with years to prove me that one day I will be very rich, but still not happen. In general, the city lives for this festival. It was very nice when one old man in a restaurant say that have 3 holidays. One is the Day of the Worker, 1st of May. The second is the Independence of Macedonia, and the third one is the festival. So it's a kind of win situation for us. And I asked him one day to make a big club in a city named Saint Login.
Which the church is also not happy about.
Yeah. Or at least to have a name in some primary school. Yeah.
As a compensation, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Errol, now talking about DocuFest, you already mentioned how it's turning Prizren into this sprawling kind of beautiful cultural activity. So can you talk a little about, I know you have done a few projects, especially recently, how do I see you, and also Breaking Borders, and in general, like how do these interventions work for the everyday like people living in the prison? How do they engage with that, and how do they see their city changing as it happens?
Well, our activity when it comes to spaces and locations is in prison, but our activities that we do are open nationwide, so throughout the country. These two projects that we have, one is an example of the regional collaboration that we do, especially when it comes to young people, bringing young people, because, you know, as Logan said, after 99, nobody wanted to speak to anyone. Nobody knew any books. And, you know, through hatred in general, you know, they were taught to hate each other. So basically what we did, we created a camp, an intercultural camp, bringing them together and just placing them in one place. And, you know, giving them the opportunity to cook, to watch films, to listen to music, to talk about their dreams, about their first kiss, you know, about love in general. And then, you know, whatever happens, happens. And then in the end, we gave them cameras, and we asked them to create visual portraits of each other. It was astonishing. I mean, you know, it was, all the results were like this space, this empathetic space was created, you know, in these videos, in these interviews. I will never forget that one of the participants said, like, I'm so happy that I left this space for my own opinion to create, you know, an opinion of the other, you know, just to have this space of mine and not listen to my grandparents, to my school friends, not to read the magazines, because everything is wrong. Everything is totally different. Once we come together and we start talking about real stuff, and we started from a human level, we realize that our dreams are the same. Our struggles are the same. You know, we live in the same region, we share the same air. It's the only thing is that history and this, you know, very, very biased narratives of each other in each country are in a way dividing. So we did this. This was created as a visual exhibition, so displayed in the city in various locations, but participants were from very different places from the region. This other one was a very interesting experience with the Scottish Documentary Institute, which finished just recently. We had a residency program where we brought 4 of the alumni of Scottish Documentary Institute, their Bridging the Gap program, and our Future is Here program for emerging filmmakers to think about radical collaboration in a polarized world and make films that are political, films that, you know, they are in this new space, in this new location to find stories that are political. The results were really very, very good. We have 3, what I think can be solid films, which will be presented this year at the festival. But this collaboration, this, you know, bringing together artists, filmmakers, you know, from the and then exploring stories that are in a way connected to sexual violence, I don't know, migration, social justice, was really, really astonishing. And then having someone from Scotland and someone from Kosovo working on these topics, it was challenging but very, very rewarding.
Yeah. That's a wonderful crossover in a way. Kieran, you mentioned about the Factory Academy.
Yeah.
So since I'm guessing that you work with the community that is getting that education quite a lot, can you talk a little about that and how do they kind of get empowered from it?
Yeah, for sure. So the basic premise is that when we were given the amount of funding to make the building, there had to be a commitment to helping people from Manchester to access employment. So it's very clear we can't just have all this money given to a space and it doesn't give back to the city. It can't just be an experiential place for the usual suspects in the UK who go to art, who are normally more affluent, because there's a kind of inbuilt inequality with access to art. So it was very much skills and training though, so actually being able to learn the professional skills needed to access roles, paid opportunities. So that's the basic premise, and also as a key on improving representation. So we don't specifically focus on one area of underrepresentation. It's not just socioeconomic background, it's not just level of education or the postcode someone's from. So all these different factors, and we're trying to work to try and improve a representation amongst loads of different lines. So with that as a premise, we've got this amazing space, and what we do is we bring people into the space to deliver free education. All of the education is informed by the people who work there, so we'll take the specialities of the people in the building and translate that into courses. So one of our most popular courses at the moment is called Event Ready, which is an academy about technical skills. So the people who set up the stages, do the lighting, do the rigging, and make everything happen. And I mean, in the past year, we've had 400 people apply to do that course and accommodated 110 because we've got the capacity to deliver at that sort of scale. So the courses have a creative focus, and if it wasn't about events, it could be about producing, which is a term that people maybe associate with music or film, but obviously it's the project managers who make art come to life, and a lot of people don't know about that, so there's a bit of like career knowledge in there. Or if it's not about something we do, we can work with external partners to create something, so we've done stuff about broadcast and film. Obviously we have our in-house music sort of offering, but working with the music industry to create courses about that. So there's always a creative focus, but I think the interesting thing is, as much as it's about creativity, a lot of the human aspects come, which is obviously the UK has been very privileged not to experience war on its own territory. But over the past 20 or so years, there's been a lot of widening inequality, and with that we have things like poor mental health, poor physical health. There's an increase in diagnosis of things like neurodivergence, depression, and you have a lot of people in the UK who are very isolated, and what we find is that by bringing people into a space in a repeated sort of format where each day they come in Monday to Friday, learning a skill, getting to be with other people, also has that powerful benefit of people feeling very safe in our venue, which isn't always the case, because if you look at this big venue, you don't see yourself there. But by bringing people in, treating them with respect, we pay for their food, their transport. If someone really can't make it, we'll order an Uber. I become a taxi rank some days. These kind of things, like we help people to use art as the initial interest point, but then bring them into a space, support them, and hopefully they access a job either with us or somebody else, and it builds that kind of confidence. So that's our approach, and we will keep scaling. At the moment, we've worked in just Greater Manchester, but my boss, Gary, got to travel to Japan the other day to talk about our approach, and some of it felt really innovative to Japanese people, which is quite interesting because I always see Japanese people as being at the cutting edge of everything. So it's very interesting that what we're doing in our space, when we take it and talk about it in other places, like, oh wow, that's really interesting. So yeah, that's the basic premise: treat people with respect, free education, and then hopefully one of the main UN goals is sort of good, solid foundations of employment.
Wonderful. It's great to hear that you have an intention to kind of spread the model throughout.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be
world.
interested speaking with anyone who has any interest in skills training, education in their own city. I mean, it was amazing hearing about Dundee. That was a really interesting sort of case study about how you bring people together, train them up as creative practitioners, and have them at the forefront of policy. So, yeah, very interesting speaking with more people about that.
Great. So, Login, you take roots in the punk music, and you're a founder of a few festivals, including the D-Fest. So, how do you preserve the authenticity of the music? Because it's quite underground, and kind of bring it to this new places and work it out with the space. I heard already a really bad case with the church, but I'm curious to know.
Half I understand you, so I will answer this half. So yes, maybe I grow up like a punk, but because I coming from Macedonia, I want to say that coming from hardcore, not from punk. Yeah. So what we improve from our life is, for example, on our festivals and concerts what we organize don't have VIP, so we are less with politicians, so nobody don't want to come on our events. So the things what we try to do it, I tried from the first moment, I think that all the festivals I built for myself, to have a place where to go and to feel as I want to feel. So to have a space where I can drink what I want, I can talk what I want, I can stay with who I want. So for me, it's we just talked with one friend outside that I don't understand these NGO words like multiculturalism and stuff like that, because for me this is a very natural stuff, you know. So few years ago, somebody in Macedonia told me, "Hey, we can give you money if you book one Greek band," and I say, "Last 15 years on my festival, play Greek band, so I need." To do it now because of the money. So for us, it's so this kind of festivals we organize. I think that, for example, if you go on our social media, we are very proud for this festival in a country where it's full of anger. You cannot find any bad comments, not because we are so good in organization, but because the people feel very nice inside, you know. So I don't know. I think this coming from the I cannot say from punk. This coming from the way how we understand the things and we improve in our events. And I am very proud of this, not of our politician.
Yeah. Yes. Great. It's also great to hear that Errol's earlier point reinforced that these things happen very organically in the spaces.
Yes. Hardcore.
And I have one more question to all of you, which is we obviously see a lot of rapid change in technologies, in AI, and how do you see your efforts in your own places and communities, and just in general, where do you see this going, and how would you like to embrace or not embrace the technological advancements, and how do you see your communities changing over time?
Remind me on my first festival when I was organized, I was asking one of my colleagues to find somewhere in Macedonia radio stations, and he confirmed that he found. And then when the festival started, I asked him, give me the radio station, and he was kind of scary, or not scary, it's not the right, but he was like, wow, Login will kill me now, but he found the solution in a second and told me, Login, you will be Toki, I will be Voki. So that was my first connection with technology. So today we are not scared from that. We're trying to, especially in the music industry, we're trying to follow everything what coming out, you know. We talk a lot about AI. We talk a lot about who will took the money from auto rights tomorrow from the new songs and stuff like that. And we are not scared, but I don't know how this will finish. But we try to improve everything what's coming out on our festival. If I have budget for how was say this ABBA show? Hologram, we will do hologram. So I want to try everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we're trying with walkie-talkie. Yes.
I mean, it depends, because obviously I've got a real educational focus. And sometimes people get a bit too ahead of themselves and forget that a lot of people don't have access to a computer. So as much as we're getting excited about the potential of other technologies, it's not a given that the people we work with have access to the internet or to a laptop. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there is a bit of democratizing access to it, and we'll provide people with laptops and internet. And then when it comes to things like AI in education, I think could be a real positive. I think it has the potential to help a lot of people who experience sort of disadvantages when it comes to writing, for example. And if you are stuck in a sort of space of having to write loads for applications, but you have a barrier because you didn't access that level of education for whatever reason, I think it can be a real positive to help people to take that next steps into whatever it is they want to do. As an arts organization, kind of changing my hat, embracing it and trying to work with it rather than against it. In the building, normally when there is a big event, there's an AR sort of offering as well, so you can see the event in the space. So if you walk around the space, there'll be sort of added extras. We had that with the first event, Free Your Mind, which was based on The Matrix with Danny Boyle, where you could go around the building and still access different parts of it. Last year we had AR with a talking chicken. It was called Sweet Dreams, and you could follow this character around the building as well, and there was a VR headset. So yeah, just trying to embrace it and work with it rather than against it. And I think that there's probably always been fear of technology, I believe. Could be okay?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Thank you.
When it comes to us, we've embraced it very early. We even, in 2021, dedicated an entire edition to AI. And, use of AI in creative industries, especially in film, because in 2021, 2022, there was a lot of discussions that started. Also in our educational program, we are trying to incorporate, but, in a way, a bit more slowly, because people are, in a way, afraid of the AI, the ways how to use it. People use it to create, not to learn from it. So we basically reversed the approach. We started, we have every year 200 young kids, aged 12 to 15, who come to different modules of the trainings. The first training is creating content for social media, but also learning cybersecurity at the same time. So basically learning to be safe while having online presence because of this very delicate age and vulnerability at that age. And then the second phase, the second module of the training is they go into learning storytelling, so film language, but also learning skills, camera, sound, lights, and most importantly, working together, because we want to show them that film is a collaborative craft, and they have to work together. And then, of course, in the end, editing. So basically learn the film language, how to edit their stories. So they make 2 to 3 minute short films that are made within that day, within the training program. And then the last module, which will happen next week, in 2 weeks, it's virtual reality and augmented reality. And I'm really sorry that Deepa is not here, because I was really impressed by her presentation. So we tried integrating storytelling within AR last year. We created an app called Archipelago, which was implemented in Sarajevo, Mostar, Belgrade, and Prizren in 4 different cities, where we were trying to bring, stories, post-war stories, in our cities, but where you kind of direct your camera into a location where the story happened. But because of this delicate relationship that we have with our own municipality, we could not create these small QR codes, like having small signs with QR codes saying that this place has a story to tell and point your camera here. And then these video stories that we collected through the archives pop up. So AR is going to be a bit more and more present. And next year we are also thinking of integrating AI and storytelling, but not content creation, but rather using AI to help you to creating content, because content creation with AI, it's nothing creative in it. It's another generic content that's being created. So yeah, we've been integrating it. We are playing it with it ourselves as well. We are learning every day, and the best thing is that we are learning from our students, because they come and they tell us, things that we don't know.
Yeah, wonderful. And I think that's a wrap for our panel. So I wish you all great success in the communities that you're working and advancing. You're doing a really great job. And I want to ask our audience to give a round of applause to our panelists, Errol Filibani, Kiran Sethi, and Login Koczynski. Thank you.
So we are there. We are in our final session of the forum, and we are going to be looking at new technology. I think Anush set it up really well in the last panel, started us thinking. So everything from generative AI to the future of live performance, and then a panel kind of bringing all of that together. Fantastic. So let's get going. And I will invite Guy Gadney to the stage, who is the founder and CEO of Charismatic AI and has probably the best titled session, which is Wonder Panic, Creativity and Generative AI. Guy, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Dobar dan. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope you had a good coffee break. My name is Guy Gadney. I'm CEO and founder of Charismatic AI. And I want to give a quick sort of landscape of where we see the world and the work we're doing at the moment. Because apparently AI is quite important right now. And if I want to get an idea of who thinks it's important, probably he thinks it's quite important, who's our Prime Minister and wants to turn the UK into a great AI superpower. However, there are some downsides to this. Some people don't like it quite so much and says that Sir Elton John says he's very angry over these AI plans. But to give a bit of context of what's going on, it's important, I think, to go back a little bit and show what's going on with audiences and where the audiences are. So if we look at the moment of the difference between how many broadcasters and production companies are making video per hour, per year, it's about 15,000 hours of corporate video. Up into the creator video in the creator economy, YouTube only, this is up to 250 million hours. So there's a huge shift that is already has already happened at this point. And interestingly, when you then look at the viewing hours, and this is UK across 4 screens, so it includes computers and mobile phones, and is for audiences between the ages of 16 and 34. So this is not just the kids or not older generations, it's that middle piece. YouTube absolutely dominates. And I think, you know, again, this is not a projection. So already the biggest challenge in marketing, as we know, is to change audience behavior. And this has already changed. And importantly, when we look at total TV usage, I promise this is not all stats, but it's quite useful to see. Between April 2022 and November last year, so quite current, the big thick line at the top is YouTube. The next one down is Netflix. So it's not just that this has happened, but it is accelerating. We're seeing more content onto these new digital platforms. The other interesting thing to put into this mix then is that it's not just about watching quality content. It's not watching, high-end movies or dramas. This is changing the way in which these demographics look at quality, because what they're doing is that they're finding that they have more of a connection, sort of almost like a personal, emotional connection to social media creators. We talked about influencers before, but that terminology is changing now more into these creators for these channels than to TV personalities or actors. So there is not only a change in the platforms they're on, but there is a change in the way that these audiences are consuming content. And then here comes AI. So all of that I spoke about was before AI, and now here comes AI. And you can look at AI as being either the knight on a white charger coming in to save the creative industries, or one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Somewhere in between is where the reality lies. So if we look at how AI is being used and can be used, yes, there is potential to reduce cost, make the cost of production cheaper. This will result in more risk, more experimentation on the good side. It also impacts the changing of jobs that we've talked about before. To me, one of the most interesting things is the second one, real-time rendering. The idea that we can create a really small gap, almost a gap of seconds, between the idea of a piece of content or a story out into what the final version is. And think a bit like 3D games have already set the foundations for this. And then the bit I love is things like being unconstrained by physics, doing impossible shots. Hamsters coming out of people's brains seems to be quite a sort of popular one on TikTok at the moment. But exploring alternate realities, arguably you couldn't have made movies of the Marvel franchise or indeed Harry Potter without VFX or CGI. It would have been unbelievable. So what new IP can we generate with AI as a background? So our view is that this disruption could happen really fast, and it's because it's being put into the hands of creators in a really broad way. The access to things like ChatGPT is a lot broader than it was to Adobe, which was a lot broader than traditional edit suites in the past. So we're seeing that this is something that is not only, the audience has shifted, but AI is impacting more. And one of the key things it's changing is the relationship between a creator and the audience. So traditionally, you'd have the broadcasters and Netflix and commissioners in the middle, and that would be or publishers, that's the sort of gateway. But now the creator is the gateway, the enabling tools or the platforms directly into the consumer. So this is a fundamental shift and could actually come to fix the problem around getting money into creators' hands, which is, again, a legacy issue that goes back possibly hundreds of years. So what are we doing? We've just finished a year's project looking at the concept of story itself and the relationship between AI, generative AI, and story. And we recognized that this was going to be really controversial, but also that it needs development, it needs thought, it needs research. And that research should come from within the creative industries, not from a tech startup out in the Bay Area with a lot of VC funding. So that's what we did. We worked with Channel 4 in the UK and Aardman Animations, 4-time Oscar winners of Wallace and Gromit fame, and built up a platform that was looking at how far we could take it. So this is a quick introduction to what we have built, and I'll talk over this a little bit, where a writer, a creator, could come up with the idea for a kitchen murder mystery, for example. And then what Charismatic platform does is it creates the first stage of those of that story. So putting in black and white imagery, almost like doing an animated storyboard of each project before connecting out into generative video. Critically, creators can edit. So if they want to change the location here from San Francisco to Los Angeles, then they can, and they can change the details of it, the characters. So you're exploring the creative vision early on and then running it again and then again and again. So we're seeing this as a sort of co-writer, almost like a writer's room for the writer, and creating these, simple animations, deliberately simple. We didn't want to go down the design side, and when they're happy with it, then we can send those out into the generative video systems that you've heard of, like this example.
Jack, this is taking too long. What if he's hurt himself in there or something? Relax, Luca. We'd have heard him through the door. I don't think he's in there at all.
I'm reopening the Marcus Cole case, and I'm going to need your help to crack it. We don't have much time as the boss wants answers. Something doesn't feel right about this, so be careful.
I found Grigory Volkov's name in Henrik's logs. That ghost has haunted Interpol files since the Cold War.
So either your intel was wrong, or we're dealing with resurrectionists.
We need to split up.
I've got the autopsy report, and that's odd. The report citing drugs in Danny's system was signed by Miss Blackthorne. Why's the funeral home lady popping up in a murder cover-up?
And from anime, also tying into the new photoreal models like this one. This is using Google's model.
I'm low on food, low on water, and it's so bloody cold.
So, and those are, by the way, just in case you're wondering, all AI characters. So that's just, there are no characters in that. So these are sort of big movements that are happening in the industry at the moment. Our view is that we need to solve for what's coming, and it is coming if it's not already here. We're working with the UK government, with a lot of the creative industries, to look at how we may underpin the work we're doing here with financial models that may be blockchain enabled. But my sense is that this is now in a position where we can generate stories and enable a new generation of people who may not have had access to the education or technology that they have done previously. So just on a local basis, if you take a photo of this, it's best viewed on a laptop, but you see the black and white comic book. Just specially for today, we created Love Story in Podgorica, which is the capital city of Montenegro, as you should know. And you can experience this when you get home tonight. So a lot to talk about. We're super involved in everything, in all of the different research and development. We're keen to bring creators up with us and give a bit of more of a creative response to the technology that has been done to date. So thank you very much. I'll be around all afternoon and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy. I imagine we might need more than 10 minutes to delve into some of that, but Guy will be with us tomorrow as well, and there'll be much more chance to speak to him. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Alicia Tkach, who is a partner at Stewfish, who is going to be talking about designing the future of live performance. Alicia.
Hi, my name is Alicia Tkach, and I'm a partner and architect at Stewfish Entertainment Architects. Firstly, thank you for the invitation to be here and giving me the opportunity to show you some of the work we do at Stewfish and share insights of our experience in designing culturally significant and groundbreaking events. In a nutshell, we design unique and innovative entertainment architecture to create inspirational memories and experiences for a global audience. Our portfolio of work covers a huge range of projects spanning many different genres, typologies, as well as countries and continents, from live one-off shows to permanent and semi-permanent buildings and structures. Stewfish is where entertainment and architecture meet, and hopefully magic happens. We cover 14 radials in our portfolio of services, touching from extra large to extra small, from ABBA to the Zayed Foundation. We've worked with our clients collaboratively and repeatedly over decades, and always strive towards long-term and trusting collaborations. So the studio started with Mark Fisher in 1977, who was working with Pink Floyd and designed inflatables for their Animals tour. His vision was to merge the diligence of the architecture profession with this newly formed world of entertainment and touring shows. Working with the likes of the Rolling Stones and U2 over the next few decades allowed us to become world-renowned stage architects for some of the most iconic and spectacular touring shows. Jumping forwards to 2008, designing the Beijing Olympics opening and closing ceremonies was quite a pivotal moment for the studio. And the success of the ceremonies propelled us into a Chinese market, giving us the chance to take a next step into actually designing the venues that the shows would be housed in. So the Hanshow Theatre was designed to be a state-of-the-art landmark building in Wuhan, in China, part of the new cultural district. The client wanted a very kind of high-tech, innovative building, and they really wanted it to stand apart from the dense urban fabric surrounding it. Resembling a huge red lantern, the external facade was covered with 18,000 red aluminium discs, and each disc had LED nodes in the center, which meant we could run low-resolution content through the facade at night. The internal auditorium is on a grand scale, featuring transformable seats that reveal a massive 10 million litre swimming pool during the show, and the world's largest movable LED screens at the time. It transforms during the show from a proscenium arrangement theatre into a thrust stage configuration. So the upper seats actually move down 6 meters during the show with the audience on, and the lower seats swing around to create this performance pool. This very complex and highly ambitious project required perfect coordination between the show design and the building design. So it's a great example of the holistic and innovative entertainment architecture. Staying in China, the next project was the Dai Show Theatre in southern China, which in comparison was a lot more low-tech, but it was a similar brief in the sense that the client wanted to use this cultural building to kind of be a landmark feature within a wider development. Similarly, we designed the building from the inside out, making sure that the building responded to the needs of the show. This is a 1,200-seat auditorium and has the same tricks as the other one in terms of water effects, and the stage actually lowers down during the show to reveal an 8-meter deep swimming pool. Conceptually, the idea was that we would use the structure of the architecture to create a backdrop for the show, so the building and the show were completely holistic. It was important to the client that the show itself was culturally appropriate for the Chinese market, and they didn't want a Western show being kind of plugged into the theatre. Externally, the theatre roof canopy is supported by these kind of tree-like columns, and the roof canopy split into 2 tiers with air gaps in between, which provided an open air and naturally ventilated lobby, which was perfect for the tropical climate. So moving forwards again, last year we worked on Adele's residency in Munich, and it's a really good example of creating a groundbreaking event in a location where there's not really the infrastructure to house it. So instead of going into an existing stadium, the concept was to build a pop-up stadium for 80,000 people on the exhibition grounds, which were just outside of Munich city centre. So there was an extended Adele world, which incorporated hospitality, merchandise, immersive experiences, and a Ferris wheel. And the out-of-town location is normally used as an exhibition area for trade shows and expos, but it's very well served with transport links. And it actually, I think it's the largest temporary arena that's ever been built. So playing 10 shows only over 4 weeks, the entire structure took 2 months to construct and a month to disassemble, with most of the parts being formed from rental stock so we could put it back into the companies for future use. And we had a massive 220-meter LED screen at the back, which was certified by Guinness World Record as the largest continuous outdoor temporary LED screen. The show attracted over 730,000 fans, and it was a major economic boost to the city, generating an estimated 490 million in revenue thanks to hospitality revenues and the rent that they got from using the grounds. And this groundbreaking show really flipped the concept of an artist touring and going out to people to actually people coming to the artist and the artist staying in one place. So finally, this brings us to the ABBA Arena and the phenomenally successful show it's housing, ABBA Voyage. Creating a new form of entertainment, it's mixing virtual and physical realities within a 21st century digital ecosystem. To date, it's the most advanced example of entertainment architecture that explores the otherworldly potential of developments in experiential and digital technology. But really, it's putting the audience experience back into the center of this process. So the site, Pudding Mill Lane, is part of the Olympic Park in East London, and it's part of the legacy development. It's got excellent transport links from the centre of London, which was important to make sure we can get people to the venue. It's a brownfield site owned by the legacy development, and eventually it will be used for residential use, but ABBA hopefully will stay there for a bit longer. So the auditorium is for 3,000 people. And again, like the other projects, we very much designed it from the inside out. And this particularly needed to be like that because it was housing a very specific show. In essence, the structure encloses and forms the show whilst making the boundary between the real and the virtual permeable. And hopefully it's impossible for the audience to understand where the show ends and where the building begins. At the core of the experience lies an fusion of art and technology that's designed to manipulate audiences' senses and perceptions. The ABBA avatars are the brainchild of a team of legendary musicians, creators, producers, and directors. So ABBA's Benny and Bjorn, as well as Bailey Walsh, Svanna Gisela, and Ludwig Andersson, were in charge of taking ABBA's music and infusing it with the digital magic from ILM. Stu Fish began developing the physical part of the puzzle right from the beginning, because the digital and the physical had to meet to create this sweet spot. And the seating layout was crucial to get the right sight lines. Externally, the slatted exterior was the most efficient way of doing this was to cover it with thin slats of timber. And the whole building is designed to be disassembled and relocated elsewhere. And at the moment, it's just sitting on top of the car park with very minimal ground interventions. While the arena itself are fixed, the surrounding areas of the front of house and back of house need to remain flexible for future sites. And then we have two entrance tunnels, which form part of the overall experience, acting as a threshold between the physical world of East London and then the digital world of ABBA. ABBA Voyage belongs to a new generation of touring shows, combining mixed reality with physical audience interaction within a very physical and virtual structure of show and building. That structure includes the technology that enables audience immersion in a show whose content is otherworldly. As we evaluate our experience and learnings from the success of the show, it is clear that we're moving towards a future where we will definitely be mixing virtual and live audiences and performers. And as entertainment architects, we do believe that people will always want to gather and share a communal experience of being entertained. And although technology is helping us push shows into places we could only have dreamt of 5 or 10 years ago, it's not capable of replicating that fully immersive central experience of a live concert, where the performance is enhanced by the overall environment and context. It really is that sheer physicality of live shows and festivals like Woodstock or Coachella, and the fact you're sharing it with other people that helps make these experiences memorable. Reality and virtuality are increasingly no longer two separate entities. And with the rapid growth of technology in the fields of AI or augmented and virtual reality, the question, what is real, is going to be harder to answer. We are, however, as always, very excited to be part of the next challenge that will constantly push our innovation in new directions. And it's a real privilege to be exploring and shaping the live performance spaces of tomorrow. And we're very excited about what might happen next. Thank you so much.
Wow, Alicia, thank you. Such incredible work. I'm going to invite you to stay on the stage and join the next panel and bring the rest of the panelists up. So we'll be joined or chaired by Andrew Chitty, who spoke earlier, as well as Declan Keeney, and joined for the first time by Ben Morris, who is the creative director of Industrial Light and Magic. Come on up.
Thanks for that, Alicia. That was a lot to take. That was a lot to take in, but I'm sure incredibly stimulating for everybody. So we're going to try and tag on to that, and also wrap in some of the other mentions of technology that people have made throughout the day. But for you three, this panel's job is to delve down into some of those technologies, but not lose people on the way. So, because you are, after all, you're all creatives, really, not trained in, not originally trained as software engineers or VR or in any of those things, which is an amazing thing. And I suppose the other thing I would say, I always say this to my students, is this idea that creativity and technology are intimately intertwined is not a new thing. Creativity and technologies have always been intertwined. You know, Greek theatres, if you look at the design of Greek theatres, they've got acoustic devices, they've got stage devices, they've got technology in them. The same is true of Elizabethan theatres, you know, and that technology, how the stage is arranged, influences the content. If you look at television, you know, I used to work in television, and television is at least as much a technology as it is a creative medium. And even painting, you know, sort of, so not just pigments and paints, but it's been a technology since the first cave dweller blew dust onto the side of a cave wall and left a handprint. So this idea that this is, I think that it's more useful to think of this as just another evolution rather than something kind of radically new. But what we have got is maybe, as people through the day have mentioned different technologies, they've mentioned them as different technologies, and you three are all working in a space where these have converged. So perhaps I think what Alicia kind of gave us was there's a new way that these technologies have escaped the studio as well. So perhaps that's something we can dwell into. But since Declan was on earlier, and Lisa's just needs a few minutes to kind of gather from that, Ben, can we start with you? Because obviously, you know, you as creative director of, you know, ILM in London, you're known for doing, you know, amazing work. But how did we get here from where I guess you started, which was in very different form of special effects, and then GFX and CGI and...
Yeah, for me personally, I started off, I knew what I wanted to do from about 7 years old. I went and saw a film called Star Wars, and I just walked out and said to my mum, that's it. How do I do that? So that was easy. The hard bit in those days was actually trying to work out, I went through all the magazines and all the making of books, and I just was like a sponge, and I used to make models and do all sorts of things. So trying to work out how to get into the industry. In those days, there were no courses at universities, there were no trainings. It was very much an apprentice-based process. So I was very lucky, and I just got a few tickets to see a presentation by Jim Henson's Creature Shop, who were the Muppet makers in London, and I was the kid at the end of the show, or the presentation, who came up and said, "Can you give me a job?" And I was only 15, and they kind of said, "Yeah, we can't give you a job now because it's not right, but we'll show you how to do it." And from then, they were wonderful. So I got in, and I worked on the Muppet Christmas Carol, making miniature Dickensian London.
Something we'd all like to have on our CV.
Yeah.
One of the greatest films ever made.
So, and I learned how to stick things together with super glue and bash around in a workshop, and then stayed there, joined their R&D department, and made a number of films. There was the Talking Pig film, Babe 1, and then Babe 2, a group of us left. And in the process of leaving, I started to look with my boss at the companies in London who were capable of computer graphics, because we knew we'd need that. And so midway through Babe 2, I actually went and saw Jurassic Park 2, and I just sat there, having built robots and animatronics for 5-6 years. I just knew that we'd never get the movement that I could see in this new world. And that was right at an inflection between sort of techniques, and I think we're right there again. But for me, it was practical reality with can you achieve the same thing with digital? And so I basically retrained, and I left and started right at the bottom rung, went into Mill Film and made a number of films there, and retrained all the way through computer graphics, and then finally stayed at Framestore for a number of years, and then worked with Steven Spielberg and Kathy Kennedy on a few shows, and very luckily, Kathy gave me a call and said, "Do you want to set up ILM London? We're going to come back and start making Star Wars films again." And I actually tried to stall her and said, I need to think about this. And my wife just was going, "Just say yes." So anyway, I did, and it's wonderful. So I've been running the studio with a woman called Sue Lister, who couldn't be here today. And we've got about 700 artists in London. So that's all about me. We can talk about
No, but I think that's a fascinating story that you started with. You know, the world as you came into it was one of physical models.
Yeah, 100%.
And then computer generated and now live and real time models and, and digital humans.
Yeah.
So it's a story of, like I think a lot of people in this world, it's a story of kind of personal creative kind of journey, but also a story of evolving technology.
Yeah. And I would say back at the Creature Shop, I mean, The Dark Crystal is one of my favorite films. Jim made it in Labyrinth. There was technology in there. It was just made out of pieces of wood and rubber bands and other things. And then it slowly got better and better, and aluminium was introduced. And so technology's always been there. And I've never looked at my job as technical or creative. It's just the whole lot together. You're trying to tell a story visually, and we'll use anything that we can get our hands on.
But you described it that you think that we're an inflection point again in the film world, in comparison to, say, the early CGI kind of breakthroughs.
Yeah.
So what I want to understand, and I don't like to chair things asking people one thing at a time, so feel free to butt in now, guys, so there's almost like a stack of these technologies that seem to be, so what are they, and what do they enable you to do, or change the working practice, or enable you to make new things? Who wants to have a go at that?
For Stewfish, we see technology as a tool. Like, we don't say, oh, how do we fit this technology into a project? It's more about what do we need from the project, and then how can we misuse technology to get where we need to be. And I think that's always...
It's a toolbox. Somebody walks in the door and asks you, can you do something that's never been seen before? And you open the toolbox and go, oh, we haven't got that thing that we need to do this. But we've got all the other bits.
Right, so the toolbox has got bigger, but it's still, the state of the art still advances through projects.
Yeah, every time.
For me, looking at films, one of the seminal moments for me in my life was Space Odyssey, Kubrick's film, and that I became really fascinated by this idea. People talked about the design in the film and design in film. Until that moment, I didn't really make those connections. And then I look at back projection. So the first award, one of the major awards for back projection, is 1929. This has been around. So these are not new technologies in some respects. These are iterations and developments from pipelines that Ben and others have been involved in for many, many years. But then I got very fascinated by this idea that a lot of the film was shot on sound stages. So, you look at even Space Odyssey with the very start of the film, where we have, it was shot in the south of England, looks like Nebraska or looks like Nevada, a desert or something like that. And so, to Ben's point, when the work that Stagecraft started to do was starting to converge a lot of things that I was involved in, so XR, VR, game engine technology, that convergence, that bringing together of the cinematic, of immersive, of computer games technology really excited me because what it was doing was it was bringing closer this gap between our imagination and execution. There was a world there where you couldn't. Now we're sitting at this place where I think Ben's referring to, if I understand him, is we're back at that place where we're able to bring our imaginations to life in a way that's brand new. It's in some respects it's easier to connect and build, and world building for me is a fascination. World building around stories, world building around film, world building around every project has a world that we occupy and live in, and I think that's the fascination for me with Star Wars and others as well. We live in another parallel universe for a little bit of time, but all of a sudden the technologies now have converged in such a way that gap between what we are trying to do in our imagination and our story worlds and what we're physically able to do, that's blurred. It's become very, very, very narrow.
But it's interesting, you say that some of these technologies have come in from different bits of the creative sector or indeed outside. So I work with quite a lot of people who work in point cloud and do big scanning projects, and effectively, interestingly, they're all architects, all trained as architects, but those technologies came in from surveying, it's sort of not part of the creative industries at all. The game engine, real-time technologies did come in from the games industry, which was more separated from film than it was. But as you said, Ben, and Declan, you've both cited individual projects that move the world on. So what are the ones that are highlights for you? Not necessarily ones you've done, although don't be modest. But what are the ones that you think you looked at that and think, okay, that's somebody's gone into the toolbox and come out with something different that's moved things on.
For me, and I was indirectly involved. So
It's really interesting, the history of that. And we're working with bands like U2 who really want to use technology to kind of make their shows better. It was a case of how do we create a screen that could, be outside. No one had done that in the 90s. So then it's going back to our relationships with manufacturers and fabricators who can actually build something that everyone's dreaming about, and then using people like you two who have the money to put into it to test all these things, and they've always pushed the LED screen usage, haven't they? In shows, and then the last show in the Sphere, they're the first band to play the Sphere.
Which is again an interesting thing that you've got, artists. I suppose the thing with artists is of that stature is they pay for most of the.
Yeah, it helps.
And so they can make creative decisions and creative risk, and to pull through a technology like LED screens is fascinating, because again, there's a lot of assumptions outside the creative sector that we're the recipients of technology, not impellers of technological advancement. So U2 and LED screens, Gravity, top that, Declan.
Actually, it's not coordinated in any way. We hadn't discussed this, but actually funny, I was going to pull on Gravity from a different perspective, because for me, Gravity is one of the seminal projects in this space around the Lightbox. So the Lightbox was built by a guy called Phil Geller. Phil Geller is former president of Lux Machina, a really seminal company in this space, in some respects almost the godfather of some of that pipeline and this what we call now virtual production or in-camera visual effects, so this idea of a volume. But of course, everything Ben has alluded to there is really challenging environment to try and shoot things. And so the natural iteration of that, and actually with him on that project around the robotics was a guy called Gary Marshall, who is now the vice president of virtual production at Nant Studios in Los Angeles as well. For me, that has a very personal connection, because that moment kind of solidified in my head a few people that I needed to work with and collaborate with. Glad to say that Phil Geller is the senior technical advisor at Studio Ulster, now my business in Belfast. And then Gary Marshall led the install of the technology because of the level of advancement. But what we're now saying to move on to a much more modest project, is an iteration and a maturity of this technology. So, the seminal work that we've seen right back as far as 5 or 6 years ago, where Mandalorian and other projects like that, and we've moved so far from that position that we stopped talking about virtual production necessarily because you don't see it anymore. And I think this is the critical piece, and not to say that wasn't, it didn't create a story world that was brilliant at the time, it was seminal. But a lot of the work that ILM are doing now, you just don't see it. It's a tool. It's a part of the palette for the filmmakers and storytellers to move in to do new projects. But we recently completed a project for BBC Studios, and it was a docudrama series. All of a sudden, we have the opportunity for independent. It was a dramatic reconstruction of the Titanic, which of course for us is a strong interest in Belfast. Just to say it was great leaving us.
Never has a city made so much reputation out of a sink.
Well, it was just
sank.
It's fine leaving us. Just to be clear, we didn't think it. That project now, what we have is sub-millimeter tracking accuracy. We have an ability to really push now, building on everything that we've talked about today, into a world where it's becoming almost impossible, even physically standing in these environments, these sets now, to tell where we would call it the blue line, where the screen starts, where the real world ends, where the physical world starts, and the digital world starts. And so set extension work is becoming new. But for me, looking at these new processes, virtual production isn't a technology. These new processes are not technologies. They're a way of thinking about how we make film. They're a methodology. And that's the big challenge in a way. It is not for us to sort of retrain people who have 20 years of experience. It's for them to come and bring who they are and enable them to be able to do what they have always done brilliantly. And I think the technology in a way now needs to mature, and what we're building is a mature pipeline that allows it to get out of the way. We do the peddling fast underneath, and the storytellers get on with building creative worlds. And so what we were seeing are things like dynamic sky. What does that mean? It means that it's not video, it's not pre-rendered, it's actually clouds we can change actively and at any second in that studio. For example, we were able to, funny enough, the Titanic sinks. I don't know if you knew that, but so when the water's flowing in around the boat, the camera operator was able to shuffle their shoulder and agitate the water, make the waves slightly more aggressive. And so there's this level now of creativity, but they were almost photorealistic in-camera visual effects. So we're now seeing set, performance, and almost post-production happening simultaneously.
Yeah.
And that's a really interesting space, pioneered by Ben and many others. But there's a maturity coming to this that is empowering stories. And ultimately, I always feel we're only really successful if you don't see us.
Yeah. So one of the other things, as you said, that those are all advancements that's still largely within studio. But I'm very interested in this, the breakout of these technologies. Obviously, Stu Fisher's work has always had them out in front of audiences. But it would be crazy to have the two of you who were so important in Aber Voyage on stage and not ask you about that. I know. I know you're NDA'd up to the eyeballs, but and the interesting thing is, obviously, both being London-based and other major collaborators on the show were also part of that community in London. Wayne McGregor Dance, whose studio is next to where I work, being one of them. What I'm interested in is not secrets about the show, but so the two of you and a choreographer like Wayne and motion capture artists and the artists themselves, how difficult was it to blend the creative practice? Because in the end, there's nothing like Aber Voyage had been done before.
No, but she's really nice and we're really nice. And no, we just
collaboration.
Yeah.
It was getting the right team of people in the right place at the right time.
But an architect, a dancer, and a filmmaker, not walk into I don't know, is it a joke?
And there were meetings like that because I mean, you all know if you're in a creative space, there might be a sort of standard format, and you all kind of know your space, and you know where they do that bit, and they're really good at that, and we do this bit, and we're really good at that. And there were meetings at the beginning where we were all gathered around the table going, is that their bit or is that our bit? But that was fun. It was managed really well it was managed really well because the ultimate client were ABBA, and they were just unbelievably good people and very supportive of it. So they took all the sort of political wranglings out of it. And they also knew they wanted something really good. They didn't want something on the cheap. And I'm not saying we didn't work hard to make it for the price. We all worked incredibly hard to make it for the price. But they said they trusted us. And for me, that was amazing to have that sort of freedom to work together.
I think for us, it was a new experience working with a company like ILM. Having that, I think with show design, normally you have your lighting designer and your video designer, and you're kind of working together, but not to the extent that we had to with ABBA, because like Declan was saying, there's no boundary between set and screen and building. So we were constantly having to work out what this was and how we could kind of trick everybody to not understand what was happening.
I think the other thing quite often when we do films, historically, before what Declan's describing, which is the in-camera stuff, you often start the film and maybe you're not quite ready and there are things that you haven't finished designing or working out, and you just kind of go, stick a green screen up, boom, we'll sort it out later. You've got another year to deal with it. The wonderful thing about these shows and the abilities that we can do now is you can actually capture the moment and have that moment with the audience or with the cast, and it's in real time and it's happening there. And I think the big thing that does, though, is it takes post-production and it sticks it into pre-production, because you have to answer all the questions. You do a concert, you can't sort of have an idea halfway through the concert and go, that's a shame we didn't do that. You plan the whole thing out, and that very much on Aber Voyage, we were hit by the pandemic, and we thought COVID was going to stop all live performances. In fact, all the financiers sat there and said, actually, this is the worst investment I've ever made. The world is never going to come back in great numbers to experience things. But what it actually gave us was about a year and a half to refactor a lot of our ideas, our approaches, our designs, and actually made a better project because of it. We had to scale down dramatically and just went on a shoestring with just the sort of think tanks, certainly on our side of it. I'm not sure about yours so much.
We got planning permission just before lockdown, so we secured that, but then there was COVID, Brexit, timber shortages, the blockage in the Panama, the Canal.
Oh, the Green,
Suez Canal,
yeah, created
yeah.
by Greensill. Yes, the ship.
Half of the arena was in the Suez Canal, stuck sideways.
Yeah, it was tricky. And there's a point in a show where you have to decide this is it. Like, we're going to open, we're going to start selling tickets. So I think 6 months before, there's a call saying we're going to go live with tickets, and that building has to be finished, and the show's got to be ready. So
it's from that I was touching on there. You know, what I'm seeing now in film is not only is the technology converging, but the departments are converging. So, you know, we're seeing the art department much more involved. We're seeing, you know, it is, to Ben's point, you don't necessarily resolve this later. You know, you've got to come into a lot of these where you're working in real time. You've got to come into this much earlier in some respects, not as early as people think. We're getting to a point where we're refining the technology piece, but the collaboration has changed, in my view, in a very positive way, where in the past, a lot of things were very siloed, you know, not by their choice necessarily, but just by the kind of hierarchy that sits around film production, where VFX are here, art departments here, you know, designs over here. There's a kind of a split now to get a lot of that resolved early doors rather than kind of in post or post production. It's happening much earlier, and I actually think there's it's much more creative process, much more collaborative process, and we're building stronger teams and approach to the projects, that certainly the ones that we're involved in over the next year. I see a change in how they are coming at films. They don't change their skill set. They're just collaborating better. The communication has changed because it has to. And in some respects, these new technologies are enabling that. And I think it also lends itself then into application for other sectors. Live being a brilliant example. You know, and we can see that from our perspective as well, even just the immersive experience and how we think about animation. So, you know, for us, even thinking about animation, you would think, well, what has a studio like ours got to do with animation? But we can create environments for animators to come in and shoot their animation in real time using Steadicams and cranes, and in a way that is transformational. We can create environments. We can immerse filmmakers in environments for weeks on end and allow them to walk around sets and walk around locations that are coming from the artists and the storyboards. And we're using DOPs to even light those sets, but digitally. And then we're filming avatars in locations. You know, The Lion King, Jon Favreau's The Lion King did this. I don't know if Ben was involved in any of that, but you know, they did that where they filmed a live animation. Yes, there's not quite final pixel. You push into the last stage of that around the avatars and so on. But this is assets now that are built that can be used. And so many of the clients that are coming to us in the next year or so are like games companies. And so games companies now are monetizing their IP around some very large companies who have multi-billion-dollar franchises around games. They want to now create linear content, but also they want to create immersive experiences. Some of their games are built in engines that we use for in-camera visual effects, like Unreal Engine. That enables them to be able to bring those assets into these environments. And so we're seeing this interplay. This term transmedia is coming back. This is something. Well, it is. It's coming back. We're hearing American clients and a lot of people nationally, internationally starting to talk about being able to build lots of different things from singular assets. And that has been very much kind of a noble idea. But now we're seeing this interoperability where we're able to start to repurpose assets for live, for film, for games, for immersive, and they're very similar assets.
So we've got a kind of convergent, a toolkit, technological toolkit that's expanded. We've got some kind of convergence for practice and careers as well. We see people working in film and working in live, working theatre, maybe working games, you know, in a way that perhaps is new. And we've got this breakout from linear to experiential and maybe metaverse environments, on persistent online environments and things. So I just want to return to Abervoy to ask one question, which is not about the show, but it was a 3-year party anniversary this week. So the show's run for 3 years. It's fantastically successful. The creative industries would normally respond to that by spawning imitators. Why hasn't that happened?
Because it's really hard. No, that is a $100 million question.
It's kind of impossibly hard the first time. But the takeaway, you would have thought, is it something about the creative loop that ABBA were involved in, that they're still alive rather than?
I think something will happen. One thing I want to say is I don't think it should ever replace live concerts, because I absolutely love them. It's just another form of entertainment. And but a lot of people are interested in thinking about it. I think actually one of the hardest things is finding the right location to do it, and whether you build a building for it, like ABBA did.
But ABBA, obviously, to get it to work, we couldn't just go into an existing space. It would never work. We had to design the space around the show. It's not to say that it will never work in the future, because I think as screen technologies change and get better, it's going to be easier to do it. But it's space in cities and finding the right locations within a city that you can get people to. And a lot of these sites are outside of a city where it's not on the tourist trail, and it was a bit of a leap of faith to even go to East London, which it's not that far from the centre of London, but it's drawing people out of cities and being confident you can get those audiences.
I think the other thing is to the investment creatively and financially to make something that's really satisfying, not just kind of. There are only a few acts in the history of music, for example, that have got that global stature, and something where an investor will say, okay, yes, it can start in this city, but then it can travel over there and it can travel over there. And I think it's finding those performers, those musicians, those whatever, who have that global impact and resonate across generations as well. It's not very often you go to a cinema and you see sort of 5-year-old kids having a great time with their 80-year-old parents, but grandparents. But at ABBA Voyage, you see that every day of the week, and so it's something about being able to entertain all generations at the same time. Is a big thing as well. So, and we had no idea it was going to work. I mean, I remember sitting there before it opened, and we were playing many times, just rehearsing. We only got the arena 6 or 8 weeks before it opened. And we didn't know whether it was kind of all a bit scary. And I just went, is this going to work? And no, of course it is. And it was actually the old rock and roll roadie type lighting guys who just went, it's fine. Get 3,000 people in here, they're going to go bananas. And they did.
And I would say to anybody who gets the chance to see the show in London, I've seen it 3 times, is they do go bananas. And one of the most interesting things that I find about the show is that if you look forwards, you can, you lock on, you can convince yourself they're not there. And
before you go in.
It's not a trick like that. But if you turn round, if you're in the arena and you turn around and look at the audience, they are definitely acting like a live show audience. They are not looking like a
It's
movie
very
audience.
weird watching people cheering and clapping. Yeah. What is a screen? Basically.
Yeah.
It's a really cool screen, but it's a screen.
Yeah. I could ask you questions which you wouldn't answer for hours about ABBA Voyage. With the current state of the art, what are the things? I had a go at getting you to list the things that seminal and getting us to here. What are the things that you see at the moment that have gone live that represent kind of new steps forward?
Well, we've done, in fact, both of us have done work in the Sphere, and that's quite interesting. I mean, it's huge, and it's you have to experience it to go. You can't really describe it. You just have to go and do it.
So this is probably everybody knows the Sphere in Las Vegas. You probably know the dimensions of it, but bloody enormous. I think
bloody enormous. I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people are now saying, can you make it more intimate? And actually, that's infinitely harder to bring that humanity and proximity of people, even at this distance, to actually create something that people feel is a tactile experience is intensely hard. There is a sort of sweet spot to the scale of audience, 3,000 people, or when you get up to 18,000 people. Well, how many was it, Adele?
80.
Yeah. I mean, that's a different world. You've got a few people in the front row, but basically nobody can see the performer anyway. They're that big. And then it's all about.
But you have the Guinness World Record officially size screen. So
no, I think For me and for at ILM, we're looking at the next screens that are not just finer pitch, but they actually, if you imagine turning every pixel on the screen into a small HD projector and creating a light field, you will be able to give people an experience that is a window into a three-dimensional space without glasses or anything. And it's orders of magnitude harder for us to generate the data for it. And it's orders of magnitude harder to build it. But fundamentally, that to me will be all the real-time graphics and the building and everything is great, but actually you're still looking at a flat screen. And we want to be able to create a screen that people just look through, and as you move your head, if you're on the
communal 3D without headsets.
Yeah, every single person will.
It makes it a singular experience, even if you are stood with a group of people. Even if you're wearing glasses, it feels like you're not sharing it with people, and I think that's the most important thing.
There's glasses that you can wear at Avatar, and that's great. Yep. But what I'm talking about is if you're at a Coldplay concert and you're on the left, you'll be looking at the right-hand side of Chris Martin's face, and you know spatially where you are. And as you walk around, you'll see not only stereo depth, you'll see full perspective as well. And it'll mean in the volumes, you don't have to track the camera anymore because everybody in the volume will see full perspective wherever they look.
And how far away is?
I just need somebody with an awful lot of money to help. We've already prototyped it and it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a roadmap for where we're going. I think that I would absolutely agree with that. And I think, even in volumes and so on, there are so many things we can do. It's virtually limitless in terms of, creating the Mugabe Desert in the middle of Belfast, for the next 12 weeks and shooting a magic hour. That's all brilliant. But it's very much reliant on parallax is the effect that we're kind of talking about here in the context of being able to see around corners and so on. That is changing. That will change. I don't imagine us ever buying LED in the way that we have it right now. In the very first instance, we would want a fourth LED. RGB isn't enough. It should be RGBW, where we have a white, where we can recreate better colors. We will always need light. Light's a really critical piece in this for DOPs. That physical replication of light is something that is very challenging even to generate generative AI necessarily to make it convincing. We're probably a few years away from that, but the exponential growth as demonstrated by Guy and others today in these spaces are really interesting to us. We have in the middle of Studio Ulster in Belfast is a CoStar network that, of course, you're very familiar with and having been involved in leading some of it. The CoStar network is enabling us to look at new technologies that will bring us to where Ben's describing there and trying to look at that pathway. I think there's milestones on that road yet that we haven't hit because ultimately it comes down to two things. One is we work in a very highly creative and innovative sector, but the investment in this sector is highly conventional and needs confidence. So they've done a thing for 10 years a certain way. Why would they change the formula if it's always delivered good results? And so getting that adoption curve right and that moment of adoption is a critical piece. You do need, early adopters. You do need innovators that build seminal pieces like Avatar and so on, and looking at how Abba Voyage and so on. But if you can get to a point where you can start to hit those milestones quickly, I think for us, looking at tools like generative AI is not a bit scary. It's actually very welcome because it'll bring us to a place where we'll be able to build what are truly photorealistic assets in these worlds. And then, as Ben suggests, not having to rely on lots and lots of complex tracking and alignment and so on. No matter where you stand in these environments, you will actually see. It's that Star Trek thing about this environment where you just say computer on and the whole thing just actually becomes quite the holodeck. Yeah. And so, essentially where we're getting to is a holodeck that actually happens in the real world. And that will allow us to build anywhere very, very quickly. Interplay between the physical and the digital is critical, and how that works is down to human. And I go back to what I said earlier on this morning. This is about people understanding how all of this works and using it as a palette to colour, light and to colour our stories and our story worlds. The world builds still require us to come in and unlock those things. But that technology now is bringing closer what's in our imagination versus how we can execute. And I think what's really exciting about that is we will have to reimagine how some of these roles play and the jobs that are in this sector, how those two things intersect. But that's the trajectory. There's unquestionable.
So there's lots of things in there. One of them but only one of them is the impact of AI on creative practice. Because I'm never quite sure, to extend Ben's toolbox metaphor, whether it's right to think of AI as a tool in itself, or a kind of like an advancement on all the other tools. So I think a lot of people, having seen Guy's brilliant presentation, some people will have taken away from that AI is a form of automation, of a form of replication of what a lot of the humanity in creative practice. Would have taken a very different message from you saying it's all about people. What is the impact, do you think, in your creative practices of AI, and does it still act in the way you've described these other creative technologies as a tool for the creatives? Because I'm just wondering if the investors see it the same way.
I think we have to see it as a tool that's going to help us, like not replace us, but like let's get more efficient. Like there's efficiencies that can be made by using AI in our day-to-day work. I think it's very for Stifish, it's quite an early thing. We're trying to understand, and I suppose our biggest problem is clients coming to us with a image they've created saying we want this, and it's like yeah,
I can imagine.
And then we have to work out physically how you can get to that, which seems a bit backwards. So it's going to take a bit of time to kind of settle. And but I read something about it's never going to replace architects or designers, because clients never know what they want anyway. So until they know what they want, we're never going to have to. Yeah.
That's a very positive outlook. Clients will always be clients.
Always change their mind. Yeah.
Ben, do you see? Is it?
We have to lean into it. There's no point in hiding from it. Yeah. And I see it in two. It's multifaceted, but I see there's optimizations to things that we've been doing for years and years and years, and that's training, and that's being able to infer things, and that's being able to save compute time, artist time, whatever you want to call it. And then there's the full sort of generative. Hey, I'm just prompting something through whatever prompt technique you've got. Make me pictures. And I think there's going to be an incredible, guys proved there's an enormous market for that out there, TikTok and such like, where you're sustaining at the moment only, I don't even use TikTok. How is it, 10 seconds or something? Anyway, if you can entertain somebody for 10 seconds on TikTok using AI, you've got 1 billion people viewing it and you're a superstar. I still think the structure of a 2-hour theatre show, structure of a 2-hour TV film or a film, there's an awful lot of humanity that goes into that. And there's an awful lot of experts that come together to create that. And it's not to say that there won't be singular artists who will use AI in a beautiful and amazing way, just like an oil painter would paint paintings in a very unique, personal way. But I think there is something just amazing, not only about the experience of watching a theatre show or going to a cinema or going to a concert, but it's also knowing that there's hundreds of people who have contributed to that. And they were on their A game. It's like when you put a film crew together, every person is there who have spent years specializing in their craft or their technology or their talents to bring it to camera just for that moment where the camera rolls. And I think there's an awful lot of magic that works there that will be assisted by AI, but I don't think it will be entirely replaced by it. I just don't think it will.
I would agree with that. I think there's actually new evidence and certainly new research that's suggesting that, that I would use this word materiality, the actual contact that you have with the physical world, the real world, is becoming increasingly important to younger generations. There's a whole generation of audience that are coming through that don't want to look at artificial only. They're quite comfortable with and really do want to see the human hand, whether that's a human hand in the story, human hand in the design, human hand in the delivery. But they are absolutely, make no mistake, not happy to embrace technologies to automate some of those processes. And the work that we do, we have a combination of things like in-camera visual effects, but also scanning, 3D and 4D volumetric scanning and motion capture data. That's point cloud data. That's, a lot of that is really noisy. It isn't usable straight away. You've got to do an awful lot of work with that. And that is work that nobody wants to do. It's quite benign work and cleanup and so on. And we can teach small language models, not large language models, how to do that very, very accurately. And that cleans that up and speeds that up. And so it allows us to actually be much more productive. So productivity is increased by using these tools. But right now, a lot of generative AI, a lot of people get very preoccupied by it. It is brilliant. There are reasons you'd want to use it. Pre-visualization is a brilliant reason to use it. But for us, like in the world that I work in, when we're creating environments, we need to be able to unpick every pixel, every detail, every aspect of that. Right now, generative AI is a bit like stereo when it came on, in the late 70s, whatever it was, where you had the piano over here and the drum kit over here. It's slightly, look at this, isn't this brilliant? And that's not to diminish the progress that's been made week in, week out. And we can see some of that evidence today as well. It's incredible. But for me, I need to be able to unpick every pixel of every object, of every blade of grass, of every block, every stone that's in the world builds that we have. That it can't do that right now, but it's getting there.
It's interesting that I think that you three who are all at the cutting edge of this stuff are very positive, because you're all dealing with massive amounts of data where AI can take away a lot of the grunt work and make you more productive and be used in the workplace. I do wonder whether there's a possibility we end up with a kind of dual track impact of AI. I think Milivoje earlier on said he got this concern that it takes 8 years to develop an artist. The first 5 years they're not so good, and they're not as good as AI. And I wonder. I've got my daughter's a talent agent and dealing mainly with models, and all of the low-level model work they fear could be taken out by generative AI in a couple of years. And leaving the high-end real kind of people. But let's end on a more positive note. I think you three are very, very positive about it, so that's really great. Right, so very quick fire closer. Imagine 5 years from now, and I'm not going to ask you what you will have done in 5 years, which will no doubt be amazing. But what would the thing that this trajectory would enable that you would like to see? What's the show you'd like to see? Not necessarily one you make yourself. That would build all these things together and wouldn't be possible at the moment. Oh, that's it's obviously not a good question.
Well, I kind of like the idea of and we need to be careful about rights and artist rights here before I start a row, but I kind of like the idea of having a Spotify that's essentially a holodeck of live concerts, so that you can kind of relive those moments where, to Ben's point, I love going to live music. I would never want to stop that, as somebody who's passionate about music. But wouldn't it be nice to be able to step back into that concert for a little bit, just to remember that and be there? And so, that's a combination of all of the technologies we've just talked about there now. We first of all have to create these incredible, memorable experiences, but to relive them, being able to maybe pull up your favorite artist and be able to step back into that live environment, that arena where they're performing or singing, and feel like you're actually there, be able to walk around it. That would be, I think that's a trajectory that we're heading in.
That's a bloody good answer, isn't it? Because it's completely impossible at the moment, but we can all imagine what it would be like. Who'd like that? Ben, you look ready.
No. I'm buying that one. The one thing I will say is, I didn't ever intend to work in music, and I've always loved music, and I was a failed bass player, and my brother was a drummer, so all of that was cool. But
there are no failed bass players, Ben.
No. 4 strings and all that. No, but there is something really emotional about working on a musical project. Film projects are incredible, and when you get to work on the really big ones, it's really exciting and everything. But people get really strongly opinionated about music. And it's like, you sort of, who would you like to do next? And you'll say some name, and then, oh, God, I wouldn't go and see that. And so for me, it's just been really funny. The passion that gets poured into it, because you may have grown up with some music and it's dear to your heart and your emotions and your life is intertwined with that, seems really, really different than there are still film aficionados and buffs who love film in that way. But I think people get a lot closer to music, funnily enough. And so I'll buy that for $1. Yeah.
Keep making audiences like as joyful as they are when they come out of ABBA. Like, my favorite thing is to stand outside at the end and just watch people come out and they're so happy. And that's, as long as we're making people happy, I think that's.
And I think the other thing, work with the musical artists themselves is a huge bonus. So you're not just going back to a period where you're doing archaeology. You're actually working, and I think that was the joy of ABBA. They were all still there, and they'd come in, and we'd meet them, and they'd have opinions, and they'd remember things and tell you moments, and you're just going, oh my God, you're present. It's absolutely here. And I think that authenticity is part of what makes the show work for people. They know that ABBA were involved in it. This isn't some sort of money-spinning resurrection. They are there.
So that to conclude on is a really, really interesting point, that 3 creatives at the cutting edge of implementing these technologies actually believe they can make things more authentic than what we talk about, which is virtualization. So I'd just like to say thank you to Declan, to Ben, and to Alicia for a remarkable kind of insight into the applications of these technologies and a remarkably positive view on it, as you'd expect. Thank you.
That takes us to the end of the day. I have been given the task of trying to wrap up, which is almost impossible. But I have a few thoughts, and I just wanted to maybe cover some kind of key reflections that I've had. So bear with me. I think we've been on a real journey today through the creative economy in the UK, in the Western Balkans, and wider Europe. We've heard case studies in the policy space of vision to action, of the importance of data, and that we've heard that policy is best when it's participatory, practical, and shaped from the ground up. We moved to entrepreneurship and innovation, and we heard great examples of businesses, incubators, skills academies, cruise services. But whether it's in Yerevan or whether it's in Yorkshire, and whether you're an educator or an employer or an intermediary, people and creative talent are key. And fair work and sustainable growth is critical. And then we talked about place, and we heard from festivals, and we heard from cultural spaces, from Prizren to Manchester, those who are building narratives from the past through to the present and into the future. And we heard about collective placemaking in Dundee, resilient placemaking in Vinica. I think that will stick with us all for a long time. And at the intersection of place and technology, Deepa's story from Belfast managed to move us kind of ironically or very aptly when she was delivering it digitally, actually. And then we wrapped up looking at technology, and we ended up with some mind-blowing generative AI, some world record-breaking tech, and looked at the future of live performance. And I love that phrase that technology is an evolution. And when we first set out to designing this forum, we used a bit of this phrase, and I just think I'll end with this, that Growth Reimagined invites us all to think about how economies develop in new ways and to explore models that prioritize local value and long-term approaches to prosperity and well-being. So I'll leave it there, but we have a brilliant day ahead tomorrow. So please do stick with us, sign up, and enjoy the rest of the time getting to know each other. That bit is absolutely critical. I have a few thanks to add before we close. I just want to get my list to make sure I thank everybody. So I want to thank everybody who's here, the audience, and all the speakers. I wanted to thank the CIM team, Christina, Bane, Dubrovka, and anybody else who I haven't named but who are volunteering today as well. The Beyond team, Tara, Holly, Eliza, and Sam. The British Council team, Jovana, Milan, Jelena, Sedan, Jansu, who's not here but was critical to shaping the whole program, and to many other British Council colleagues working behind the scenes. Yeah, it's been a real group effort to get us here to this forum, and as you can imagine, a lot of logistics involved. So just huge thanks to all of the team for working together. And we have a hard close, so I know we need to move. Yeah, thank you all, and yeah, enjoy the evening ahead in Kotor, and we'll see as many of you as possible tomorrow. Thanks.